never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Israel-Hamas war is now in its 40th day. The Israeli military has raided the Gaza Strip's main hospital and said it's a targeted operation against Hamas. The U.S. confirmed yesterday that Hamas uses hospitals and tunnels underneath them to hide and hold hostages. U.S. officials report that a drone, which an American warship intercepted, appears to have originated from Yemen. The USS Thomas Hudner engaged the drone, which was not its intended target. Reuters first reported the drone's downing. This marks the second interception by a U.S. Navy vessel in the area since the October attack of Hamas and Israel. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin has expressed openness to a presidential run.
The Democrat, who recently announced he won't seek re-election to the Senate, told NBC News that he may jump in the presidential race.
Every American should consider, if they're in a position to help save the country, I think we're on the wrong course. So I will do everything possible. Now, there's a lot of good people out there I hope I can motivate, and a lot of capable people, competent, that they've just given up. I said, don't give up. This is the best country in the world.
But he said his main goal is to unite the middle. When pressed, Manchin avoided specifying whether he would exclusively run as a third-party candidate. I'm John Schaefer.
Sephora has become the latest company to act against shoplifters nationwide. The company announcing that they'll be removing all perfumes and fragrances from their shelves. Instead, customers will have only sample bottles on display. And if they want to purchase something, they'll have to have an employee grab it from the back. Jimmy Kimmel is set to once again host the Oscars. Kimmel will host the 2024 ceremony, making his fourth time leading the award show. The 96 Oscars will be held on March 10th. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A magnitude 3.6 earthquake rattled northern Illinois and nearby states early this morning, prompting a 911 report about shaking homes. Quake centered about 0.6 of a mile south-southeast of Standard, Illinois, was felt in southeastern Iowa and northwest Indiana. According to Stack Data Strategies projections for a hypothetical 2024 presidential election, former President Donald Trump would defeat California Governor Gavin Newsom. The projections indicate Trump winning the Electoral College against Biden and Newsom performing even worse, losing 4 additional states to Trump. The New Hampshire presidential primary, traditionally the first in the nation, is scheduled for January 23, 2024, in defiance of President Biden and the Democratic National Committee's preference for South Carolina as the initial primary contest. New Hampshire Secretary of State David Scanlon contests the view that the granite state is out of touch.
Using racial diversity as a cudgel in an attempt to rearrange the presidential nominating calendar is an ugly precedent.
New Hampshire has maintained its first in the nation primary status for more than a century. A Missouri library is celebrating the return of the oldest ever overdue book. The St. Charles City County Library in St. Peter shared the news on Facebook. The Sandra Boynton book was checked out in 1993, highlighting their fine-free policy to encourage overdue returns. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, according to the clock, it is go time. Go time, showtime, here we go. To believe that means we turn the page on the calendar, 16th day of November. Hope your week's going well. We close out a Wednesday, hump day, Thursday coming on. So Friday Eve, I guess that would be. That's what we call it. Another big show coming your way as we roll into a brand new day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Again, welcome aboard. Well, if you love a rainy night, you're loving southern Florida. Boy, rain. Flood watch in effect for southeast Florida, where downpours have already unleashed heavy rain From Miami to Fort Lauderdale, rapid urban flooding. Forecasters had warned us earlier this week millions of people in southern Florida would be at risk for flash flooding on into the day Thursday, with a lot of that excessive rainfall continuing through Wednesday night, which here we are. And yeah, the rain's coming down in southern Florida. The atmosphere wasted no time in commencing downpours. That corridor from Miami to Fort Lauderdale picked up anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of rain Tuesday evening, and even more significant rain falling on into our Thursday here. Now, the culprit behind all this moisture is a storm in the Gulf of Mexico that's already unleashed several inches of rain along the western and central Gulf Coast. As that storm moves west to east across Florida, taps into that moisture from the Caribbean. Now, pointing out that southeast Florida, in particular, Miami, Fort Lauderdale area is highly likely to be a trouble spot where the moisture converges. So significant flash flooding. They're telling us a general 8 to 12 inches of rain will fall in that zone, with locally higher amounts through Wednesday night. Yeah, when all is said and done, we could be talking as much as 16 inches of rain having fallen in some areas there. I mean, rainfall rates several inches can fall within an hour's time, and that's enough to overwhelm the storm drain infrastructure. The enhanced rain may be fueled by a secondary disturbance emerging from near Cuba. That disturbance is likely to take over as the main storm, then swing northward along the eastern seaboard, ultimately affecting New England as a potential nor'easter on Saturday. I believe we've got updates on that. They're sounds like the storm's going to stay a little further off the coast. So we'll see some rain along the Atlantic seaboard. The bigger concern is going to be northern New England and on up into maritime Canada. But forecasters recommending the rain year for all those headed out to the theme parks, Orlando and Tampa, as a lot of folks get their Thanksgiving travels underway. Some of that a bit early. Yeah, the same storm triggering the downpours may act as a bit of a buffer or protection against a tropical system that's actually brewing in the western Caribbean. As that storm crossing Florida begins to lift northward, and it's going to help intensify the tropical system from the Caribbean, but it will stay well to the east of the lower 48 there. So we'll update you on that. The same storm responsible for that flash flooding in southern Florida will swing northward along the east coast and eye the mid-Atlantic before bringing the drenching rains and gusty winds to New England by the time we get into Saturday. We just mentioned the storm's bringing a foot of rain in parts of southern Florida into the day Thursday, before then setting its sights further north in the U.S. late this week. The further north the storm gets, it will actually be gaining some strength at the same time. It appears it's likely to track just far enough to the east to avoid bringing a whole lot of rain to the mid-Atlantic region Friday into Saturday. AccuWeather forecasters also do not expect the storm to evolve into any sort of a blockbuster storm in the Northeast, more or less your typical rainstorm, which will cause some disruptions to outdoor activities and obviously some travel delays, wet, windy conditions in New England, which has weathered many potent nor'easters over the years. Earlier this week, they had been analyzing how quickly this storm might merge with that approaching cold front, that it could lead to a powerful nor'easter. It appears now the storm and the front will come together for a more potent system over Atlantic Canada this weekend. Because the track of the storm is going to be a bit weaker and further to the east, and that moisture, along with the cold front, may get wrung out over the Appalachians. Little rain, in some cases, maybe even no rain, may fall from Friday to this weekend in parts of the mid-Atlantic. New York City, it looks like, will probably be right on the edge of the drenching rain as it falls on much of New England. where little to no rain falls on the mid-Atlantic. A couple of showers in the offing around the New York City metro Friday into Saturday. Now, Boston, you will be well in the zone for rains and winds on Saturday. Yeah, it looks like Saturday, probably the worst of your 2 weekend days. Not as bad on Sunday. Could see some coastal flooding in areas. Atlantic Ocean water be pushing toward the shoreline in eastern Massachusetts. Winds, 20 to 30 miles per hour, gust in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range there. So, a Thursday, rock pick. How we doing there? Good morning, Steve. Third shift workers, wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, 42 degrees. And a happy Thursday to all the hard-working Americans out there. Great to be with you for the overnight drive. Here we go. Philly Dan, good morning from the city of brotherly love. Good to have you on board. Hello, Shorty. I-95, southbound Savannah, Georgia. Hanging in at 56 degrees. A little cool there in southern Georgia tonight, huh? It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. John checks in. Good morning, Steve. Stevettes, Godspeed to you, your listeners. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. All is well on the confluence of the I-80, the I-5, I-99, and I-70 tonight. I guess that's good news, right? All's quiet. Bidu checks in. Morning to the overnight crew. It'd be interesting to know if Obama was at the China gathering this past day. Can't help but wonder if Obama may have been behind the scenes whispering into that little earpiece for Joe Biden. Because believe it or not, some of these reports, which we'll share with you, how this discussion went behind the scenes, closed doors for 4 hours. Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. And they're trying to say Biden did most of the talking. Huh? Okay. Hello, Rubber Duck. I'm not sure what the heck I'm doing this morning. Prayers for those in Ohio involved in that tragic bus crash there. Yes. Hello, Glenn. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew, all your listeners and drivers out there. They got some drizzly showers here in Florida, but it's a pleasant 68 degrees. Everybody be safe, and don't forget, time to start thawing that turkey. If you got the frozen birds yet, it takes several days. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 45 degrees in New Paltz, New York. It's round number 3 to Schenectady, New York. Larry, good to have you with us as well. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Back on the road, right? Good morning, 54 degrees, Cameron, Missouri. We are back to live action. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck toting 89 steers north to the corn patch at a high rate of speed. A special Show Me State shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. If you get an opportunity, Lauren, I was trying to pick Monkey Gouger's brain last evening. Following some of your action where you're hanging out at the rodeos and things like you were this past weekend, and you were sharing some of the photos. The one girl that was running up behind you said, two-time, is that really you? Yeah, what does two-time stand for? I mean, obviously, you're were you a sort of a bull rider? Or I'm just curious as to where the two-time world champion thing comes in. Because inquiring minds would like to know. Marianne, continuing to heal up after her back surgery last week. Good morning, Steve and Overnight family. I'm going home today. Well, there you go. Progress being made. Good morning. Pappy's in the house. Good morning to the Dipsy driver and Lily from Darla and the kitty cats. Oh, hello to Buckeye Boy as well. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Lots to cover as we turn the page on the calendar. And, of course, phone lines open at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The latest here, the FCC held the big vote this past day. Is that good news, bad news? Yeah, it depends on who you ask, I suppose. Yeah, we'll break down all the latest there. Of course, topping the news, the president, Joe Biden, and China's Xi Jinping emerging Wednesday from their first face-to-face meeting in a year, vowing to stabilize their fraught relationship, showcasing maybe modest agreements. Supposedly, we're getting promises from China that they're going to begin cracking down the fentanyl problem in this country. The base ingredients come from China, typically shipping them to Mexico or other south-of-the-border countries where they're then manufactured into the actual fentanyl. But nonetheless, there's still deep differences when it comes to economic competition and global security threats. They spent 4 hours together in meetings, a working lunch, and a garden stroll to show the world that while they are global economic competitors, we are not locked into a winner-takes-all face-off. Supposedly, Xi Jinping told Biden planet Earth is big enough for both countries to succeed. The U.S. president told Xi, I think it's paramount that you and I understand each other clearly, leader to leader, with no misconceptions or miscommunications. We have to ensure competition does not veer into conflict. Of course, this on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Conference. Far-reaching implications for a world grappling with economic cross-currents, conflicts in the Middle East and Europe, tensions in Taiwan. We know what's going on. They reached expected agreements to curb illicit fentanyl production and to reopen military ties, according to senior U.S. officials after the meeting. As I just mentioned, many of the chemicals used to make the synthetic fentanyl coming from China that goes to the cartels that traffic that narcotic into the U.S. Yeah, of course, we're facing an overdose crisis in this country. Top military leaders, they tell us, will resume talks, increasingly important, particularly as unsafe and unprofessional incidents between the two nations, whether it's ships or aircraft. We've seen a lot of that. One miscalculation could lead to disaster. Now, the U.S. official described pretty significant back and forth between the two over Taiwan, with Biden chiding China over the massive military buildup around Taiwan, and then the Chinese leader telling Biden he had no plans to invade the island. Biden, the official said the U.S. was committed to continuing to help Taiwan defend itself and maintain deterrence against a potential Chinese attack. Also called on China to avoid meddling in the island's elections next year. The official described the Taiwan portion of the talks. He described it as clear-headed, not any sort of a heated discussion. Biden also called on Xi to use his influence with Iran to make clear Tehran and its proxies should not take steps that would lead to an expansion of the Israel-Hamas war. Now, during their exchange on Iran, Biden, they say, did most of the talking. Xi mostly listened. The foreign minister, Wang Yi, assured the U.S. that the Chinese have communicated their concerns to Iran. But the official said the U.S. has not been able to ascertain how seriously the Iranians are taking any of those concerns raised by Beijing. According to a statement released by China Central Television, the state broadcaster, Xi was mostly focused on Taiwan and the U.S. sanctions and restrictions against Chinese products and businesses. Xi urged the U.S. to support China's peaceful unification with the self-governed island, calling Taiwan the most important, most sensitive issue in bilateral relations. He also raised Beijing's concerns over export controls, investment screenings, sanctions imposed by the U.S., which he said have severely harmed China's legitimate interest. I can only imagine. Love to be a fly on the wall. I just can't see Joe Biden for 4 hours actually holding an intellectual conversation. It's hard to fathom. Just saying. But our number, 844-844-3388. In other news, effective till December 3rd, under the industry headlines, motor carriers and drivers in the state of Indiana transporting propane have been granted relief from the hours of service regulations. The Indiana Declaration says the state's corn harvest is later this year, increasing the need for propane-fueled drying operations, as well as demand for propane gas. Approximately 500,000 residents of the Hoosier State depend on propane to heat their homes, businesses, schools, public buildings, while the agricultural operations rely on the propane to dry the recently harvested crops. According to the order, they say the current demand for propane gas is exceeding the available supply. Distributors are already beginning to experience shortages, long lines at the terminals, and transportation challenges. The suspension of certain hours of service regulations for drivers of commercial vehicles transporting gas in our state will help ensure adequate supplies, distribution throughout Indiana, reducing the damaging effects of shortages. Now, the waivers applicable on local county roads, state roads, and interstate roads. Drivers operating under the order are not required to carry a copy with them. It looks like Indiana's not alone in their concerns about the harvest this season. Back in September, Iowa issued a harvest proclamation of their own that suspended certain overweight and permit requirements for agricultural haulers. That order was extended on October 11th and extended again last Thursday. Plus, we've had a recent spike in confirmed bird flu cases that have further complicated matters there in the state of Iowa, prompting separate emergencies for several counties. Just last weekend, confirmation that they will be culling Yeah, over 1 million birds on one farm. That was an egg farm operation. The bird flu. Coming up, we'll get to your calls. What's on your mind as we roll into a Thursday? Little interesting story out of Dallas. Cloud trucks. Recently polling several thousand adults in the country via third-party plus. It's a survey platform, Pollfish, for the 2023 How America Talks Trucks survey. According to Cloud Trucks officials, the goal was to explore regional differences in the terminology and how people look upon the trucking industry. In the survey, How America Thinks and Talks Trucks, they asked 2,000 Americans about the terminology they use and some of the perceptions they have on trucking and the actual truck drivers out there. Respondents from all 50 states were included and analyzed by census region, Northeast, Midwest, South, and West. We'll share with you some of the key findings. Kind of interesting. How do people feel about trucks and the industry overall? That and so much more as we get set for a brand new day. Here you go. It's 844-3388. 1 week, it'll be Thanksgiving Day. Wow, the holidays are here. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. U.S. Capitol Police officers are currently attempting to hold back around 150 protesters outside the Democratic National Convention headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Capitol Police said on X that officers are responding to people who are illegally and violently protesting at the DNC headquarters, saying arrests have been made. Videos on social media suggest protesters are calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. All U.S. House buildings are now reportedly on lockdown. President Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping met in Northern California. The high-stakes discussions in San Francisco region coincide with ongoing conflicts around the world.
We also have a responsibility to our people and the world to work together when we see it in our interest to do so.
You are now up to date. That's the very latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, and here we are on a Thursday morning. We discussed this late last week. We knew the vote was coming up this week. It all depends on which media source you go to, discussing whether is this a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe one of those, well, you use the name. The title sounds like, well, it has to be good. It's the Preventing Digital Discrimination Order. No one likes discrimination. We want to prevent discrimination. It's got to be a good thing, right? So let me share a bit of the background. Glenn Beck this past day kind of pointed out when regimes capture power, oftentimes it's not in the dramatic fashion of storming the Bastille, but it's more of a bureaucratic takeover, hidden in the language and the cliches, and it's all for the greater good. The Federal Communication Commission indeed voted this past day on a sweeping set of new rules called Preventing Digital Discrimination Order. The 200-page report recommends implementing an exhaustive array of new restrictions that will alter the Internet forever. It springs from Section 60506 of the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act of 21. Now, this was meant to infuse some federal dollars into America's sagging Internet infrastructure. Unfortunately, this will grant the FCC the power to control nearly every aspect of the Internet in the name of our secular gods of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, the total dollar of the rules and the ability to censor, control, and regulate Internet service providers based on very vague laws around equity. Most disturbing is that it doesn't have to be discrimination, as it's generally understood, but rather disparate outcomes, meaning all Internet infrastructure must produce perfect equity or face the wrath of the United States government. Experts have been sounding the alarm about what this could mean. Even the FCC commissioner, which I shared Friday morning, Brendan Carr, has blasted the power grab, calling it a free pass, giving the administrative state effective control of all internet services and infrastructure. President Biden has called on the FCC to adopt new rules of breathtaking scope, were his words. These rules would give the federal government a roving mandate to micromanage nearly every aspect of how the internet functions, from how ISPs allocate capital and where they build, to the services that consumers can purchase, from the profits that the ISPs can realize and how they market and advertise services, to the discounts and promotions that you and I, the consumer, can receive. The FCC reserves the right under this plan to regulate both actions and omissions, whether recurring or a single instance. In other words, if you take any action, you may be liable. Oh, and if you do nothing, you may be liable. There's no path to complying with this standardless regime, he said. It reads like a planning document drawn up in the faculty lounge of a Soviet studies department. These regulations have established a framework that could penalize any organization seeking to enhance internet accessibility or provide internet services if the agency determines that it did so in a manner that facilitates discrimination. Whatever the regulators decide, that means, because what is discrimination on the internet? Ted Cruz of the Senate Commerce Committee, along with 27 fellow senators, had been urging the FCC to withdraw this proposal. This proposal would grant the federal government significant influence over virtually every facet of the internet, potentially subjecting broadband providers to extensive, vague, and detrimental liability under this impact standard. Well, all said and done, yes, the FCC has enacted new rules. Now we'll take you to the Associated Press, because they're not going to say anything about the potential backlash or what it really means. The FCC, they say, has enacted new rules intended to eliminate discrimination in access to internet services, a move which regulators are calling the first major U.S. digital civil rights policy. Ratified on Wednesday, would empower the agency to review and investigate instances of discrimination by broadband providers to different communities based on income, race, ethnicity, and other protected classes. It also provides a framework for the FCC to crack down on a range of digital inequities, including the disparities in the investment of services for different neighborhoods, as well as what they call the digital divide, a term experts use to describe the complete lack of internet access many communities experience due to the regional or socioeconomic inequality. It almost sounds like a mandated redistribution of wealth, if you know what that means. Yeah, we know broadband is essential for modern life, and these rules will bring us one step closer to ensuring everyone has access to the internet, no matter who they are or where they live. Of course, there's no clear standard for tracking inequities in the provision of digital services. The rules allow the agency to examine whether an internet service provider knowingly discriminated against a community in how they built, upgraded, or maintained internet access. Again, it's all the cliches. It all sounds like it's fine and good, but yes, even the FCC's head, Brendan Carr, said it's not about discrimination. This is about control. He said the telecommunications industry has entered a Faustian bargain supporting the bipartisan law and previously called the framework a power grab. That's where we are. So indeed, it's another step, kind of like the Orwellian future. Our number, 844-844-3388. Get to the calls here. The Shawnee Big Boy. What's happening out there?
Hey, buddy. 2 nights ago, I called and had a problem with your output, and I heard something about you did. Other people made the same comment. And then last night, is that true? Did you have a problem with your output?
It turns out it was only on the app side. Josh got online with me this past morning, and it should be back where it needs to be.
Well, last night it was funny because the app was still low.
Correct.
But the Facebook was high. I mean, Facebook was normal, and now tonight it's right back at where it was before. The output of the Facebook and output of the app is low. Like it went back down again, whatever he did. I don't know. I'm just making a comment, so if other people having the same problem, they could call in and let you know.
Yeah, I know that I had adjusted the output, the main gain up, and he didn't turn that down. All he did was turn the feed. There's separate feeds. I asked him, I said, does the feed to Facebook the same as the feed to the app? He said they're all separate.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Last night I had heard you perfect on Facebook, but not on the app. And now tonight, it was like 2 nights ago, both of them, the Facebook and the
right,
and the app is down. So that's why I'm making a call and making a comment in case anybody else is having no trouble. Because when I first called, you said, well, you might even not turn your volume up. Well, I've done that like you. I've done that before too, and I double checked everything. My volume and everything up is just I can't get the input coming out of you or your output loud enough for some reason. I don't know. I just want to let you guys know in case whatever it was is back doing it again. Maybe some other people could call in and confirm it.
Well, I pulled up the app when the show started, and it sounded like the audio was a whole lot louder than it was last night. It sounded good on my end, but
okay. I've been in Florida all this week, so I don't know if it's something down here in Florida or what, but I normally don't drive Florida. So I don't know. I just want to let you know, Steve, just in case there's another problem.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Josh is going to he'll be in doing some routine maintenance on the entire system Friday morning. So, yeah, that'll be like after the show, Friday morning. So, yeah, everything looked good to me. All the audio looks like it's running fine on this end. You never know. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studios.
Okay, back to the cloud trucks. Polling several thousand Americans. Some of the key findings they came up with. Americans value and hold largely positive views of truck drivers. Number 2, Americans across all regions are familiar with the trucking industry. Southerners are confident they understand trucking and truck drivers the best. And lastly, number 3, regional terminology for trucks differs. But 18-wheeler is the most popular term for trucks nationwide. So breaking it down across regions, Americans overwhelmingly say truck drivers play a crucial role in the economy at 80%, and sympathize with truckers for frequently having to encounter aggressive or unsafe behaviors from other motorists at 43%. Nearly a third said truck drivers are not adequately compensated for their work. When asked about the images that come to mind when thinking of truck drivers, some limiting perceptions persisted. About 21% of respondents suggested drivers are older white males with tattoos and rough appearances. 13% suggested they are reckless and disregard traffic rules and safety precautions. However, most respondents across the U.S. regions adopted far more positive descriptions of truck drivers. Many respondents, 35%, described drivers as industrious, overworked, and underpaid. About 32% also described drivers as reliable and punctual. Now, when asked about what they would think what if you met a truck driver in a social setting, almost half, 48% of respondents said they would have respect for the driver's hard work, their sacrifices and contributions to society. Flip side, many 46% also indicated they would have an interest in learning more about the driver's travels and experiences in the industry. Far fewer respondents made negative assumptions about truck drivers' politics, education, other traits. Southerners showed a high degree of confidence in their understanding of the daily life and challenges faced by truck drivers. 69% claiming to be very familiar, 29% somewhat, and 40% compared to 57% of Northeasterners who answered very familiar, which was only 19%, and somewhat familiar with 37%. Northeasterners don't know a whole heck of a lot about truckers. Across the country, 65% of respondents said they were very familiar. 39% with the daily life and challenges faced by drivers. And notably, Northeasterners appear to know trucking quite well. Participants from the region actually did the best on the quiz. They were most likely to correctly respond that New York has the toughest trucking regulations. They were also more likely than Southerners to identify Texas as the state with the highest concentration of trucking companies, and the state of Ohio as a major trucking hub. Interesting. When asked, what term do you commonly use to refer to a large truck? Each part of the country identified a different preferred term. Midwesterners preferred the terms semi and semi-truck. That got 28%. 27% of the responses, respectively. About 11% said 18-wheelers. People in the Northeast favored tractor-trailer at 30% over the second most popular term, 18-wheeler. In the West, people seemed to prefer the term semi-truck, followed by semi and 18-wheeler. Big rig and rig are popular in the West as well. Broken down by state, 13 states chose 18-wheeler, 13 favored semi, and tractor trailer. 12% picked semi-truck. Other popular responses were delivery truck, freight truck, or Mack truck. Okay. So overall, I guess it's a majority of people have a positive outlook on the trucking community, the drivers, the men and women behind the wheel out there. Of course, if you've had a negative experience, if you've been on the receiving end of a truck going down a hill, climbing in your trunk, you're more than likely going to have a more of a negative outlook, right? It's all what you contend with personally. Good morning, Eagle. Maybe a better location tonight. We had a difficult time getting a signal last night.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, I was in a bad location. I don't know what the hell. I tried to call about 5 times. And, that's what happens when you use this cheap service of T-Mobile. They might have to find me another company provider because T-Mobile's useless. Well, yeah, Steve, I got to start off on a sad note tonight, brother. Up there where you at. Up there where you at in Ohio, Steve, it's a bad way. This time next week, people will be getting ready. I'll be pulling into my house down in Texas, getting ready for Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, 6 people up there in Ohio will not be doing that on the Interstate 70 bus wreck yesterday morning, Steve. I don't know who's at fault in this deal. Tractor trailer ran into the back of the bus. I don't know what happened. If the man fell asleep on the phone, I don't know what the hell happened. But he had to be traveling at a high rate of speed to ignite the bus on fire. I seen the video of this accident today on YouTube, and then somebody had a camera and they actually filmed the bus on fire and the whole rig. I don't know if you've seen the video of this rig truck, Steve. The whole cab of this truck is no longer there. So I don't know what they say the driver of the truck survived. I don't know how the hell he survived from the video I seen. Did you hear anything about the driver of this 18-wheeler, Steve?
Nothing but the fact that, not really. I think 3 on the bus died and then 3 passengers in one of the vehicles died. That's all that I'd really seen.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to the driver of the truck, but from what I've seen, I don't see how he could survive that. But unless he jumped out of the truck before it caught on fire, I don't know. But the video, the whole truck was on fire, bus and everything. I don't know what trucking company it was. The whole trailer burned up too. So I don't know what company this guy was driving for. But like I said, it's a sad deal. Right before Thanksgiving, some of these kids were 15, 16, 17 years old. So it's got to be devastating for their parents to have this type of incident take place a week before Thanksgiving. It's ridiculous. Just tell people, people going to be jumping on the highways, Steve, and traveling to different destinations, over the next couple of days. And people need to be paying attention and stay off of these phones and stay off of distracted driving, because one mistake can end in disaster and you won't make it to Thanksgiving. People need to realize that, Steve. I want to get home to my family next Thursday, so I'm driving as safe as I possibly can over the next couple of days. Hopefully I can get there by Tuesday or Wednesday and get off the road before the real rush hours start. On Wednesday. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, I just hate to hear news like that, Steve. About people losing their lives on the situation. Now, another situation that's taking place, Steve, is up in Ohio, another incident up there where you at again. And I'm going to have to go ahead on, Steve. Well, I never really liked Ohio State football, no way. But I'm going to have to go ahead and go with Michigan this time, Steve. Next week is the big game.
Uh-oh.
Not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, Michigan and Ohio State hook up. I'm going to have to go with Jim Harbaugh because I think Jimmy Harbaugh is getting a bad deal by the NCAA. He's been suspended for 3 games, the last 3 games. I don't know if he's trying to appeal. I don't know if he's going to be able to be on the sidelines for the Michigan-Ohio State game. He's already missed one game, and he's probably going to miss this game this Saturday. So he's supposed to be in court on Friday or something, appealing the deal, and hopefully, he could be on the sidelines come Ohio State and Michigan Saturday, and I'm going to definitely be watching. But I'm going to pull for Jimmy Harbaugh because, the guy, he did attend Michigan. He played football there. He's been a lifelong man there, and he's never won a championship. And this might be his last hurrah because I don't think he's going to come back to Michigan next year. I think he'll probably go ahead and go to the NFL.
Yeah, so several had suggested that. Yeah, hold that thought there, Eagle. We actually, yesterday, Jim Harbaugh's brother, Joe Harbaugh, longtime head coach of the Ravens, kind of spoke out about his brother's plight. Tell you what he had to say after the news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. U.S. Capitol Police officers are currently attempting to hold back around 150 protesters outside the Democratic National Convention headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Capitol Police said on X that officers are responding to people who are illegally and violently protesting at the DNC headquarters, saying arrests have been made. Videos on social media suggest protesters are calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. All U.S. House buildings are now reportedly on lockdown. President Biden and Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping are in Northern California, with Biden opening the talks by speaking directly to the Chinese leader.
I've never doubted what you've told me in terms of your candid nature in which you speak. I value our conversation because I think it's paramount that you and I understand each other clearly, leader to leader, with no misconceptions or miscommunication.
This marks the first encounter between the two leaders in a year. They are expected to announce an agreement aimed at curbing the production and export of fentanyl by Beijing. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin has expressed openness to a presidential run. The Democrat, who recently announced that he won't seek re-election, told NBC News he aims to unite the center of the country.
Every American should consider, if they're in a position to help save the country, I think we're on the wrong course. So I will do everything possible. Now, there's a lot of good people out there I hope I can motivate that they've just given up. I said, don't give up. This is the best country in the world.
When asked, Manchin avoided specifying whether he would exclusively run as a third-party candidate. Lawmakers are questioning Apple about the cancellation of Jon Stewart's show, inquiring if China played a role. A House committee has written to Apple CEO Tim Cook seeking clarification on whether Apple TV Plus decisions are influenced by China. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. Postal Service is facing a deficit of $6.5 billion this year, initially anticipating a financial turnaround and a break-even point by the fiscal year ending September 30th. The service's plans were thwarted. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy attributes the shortfall to increased operational costs due to inflation and soaring printing prices. The newly appointed Speaker of the House, Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson, expressed his full support for Donald Trump to run for president again in 2024 during an appearance on CNBC.
I have endorsed him wholeheartedly. Look, I was one of the closest allies that President Trump had in Congress. He had a phenomenal first term. Those first 2 years, as you all know, we brought about the greatest economic numbers in the history of the world, not just the country, because his policies worked. And I'm all in for President Trump.
Johnson, who was endorsed by Trump as a tremendous congressman respected by everybody during his nomination for Speaker last month, was part of the congressional Republicans who backed Trump's post-2020 election efforts to remain in power. Marvel Studios is unveiling the trailer for the upcoming second season of its animated series, What If? Exploring diverse timelines within the multiverse, the show delves into various possibilities. Season 2 of What If is scheduled to premiere on Disney Plus on December 22nd with a daily release of 1 episode over the course of 9 days. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. And welcome back. Or maybe for those just joining us, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, 16th day of November coming on as we work our way into new day, time zone to time zone. We'll get back. First question Eagle had asked about any new information on the horrific bus crash in the state of Ohio. Here's what we know. 16 representatives of the National Transportation Safety Board were on the location, the crash site, this past day, including 9 investigators and 2 members of the agency's, what they call the Family Assistance Program. Crash involved 5 vehicles, 2 passenger cars, the student charter bus, a tractor trailer, and another commercial motor vehicle. Now, they did say investigators have data recorders from some vehicles, as well as camera footage from others that were not involved in the crash. But this incident occurred about an hour after another crash had backed up traffic on the interstate. Of course, on the motor coach, there were no seatbelts except for the driver. Let me scroll on down and see what they're collecting. The NTSB investigators began analyzing the crash scene Wednesday morning, and they say will likely spend several days at the scene trying to determine how the crash unfolded. A team looking for evidence, including in-vehicle cameras, signs of whether any of the vehicles were carrying hazardous materials. While it's not clear how the crash unfolded, they do say officials have a rough idea of where the vehicles were when the incident occurred. She explained the motor coach carrying 50 students, something like that, was traveling westbound on I-70 near Etna. Behind the motor coach was an SUV carrying passengers that were actually with that group in the motor coach. As they were approaching the backed up traffic from the earlier crash, and a tractor trailer approached behind the SUV. Now, while it typically takes a year or more for the Transportation Safety Board to issue their final investigative reports, she did say a preliminary report should be issued within the next few weeks and will include factual information but no analysis. So, based on that, sounds like, again, the tractor trailer maybe failed to stop. The SUV with the 3 passengers that were actually with the group aboard the motor coach impacted, pushed into the bus. All 3 in that vehicle killed. 3 additional on the actual bus were killed. So that's what we know. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Back to Michigan college football. The brother of a Michigan football coach, John Harbaugh, longtime head coach of the Ravens, was asked about the investigation and his brother's suspension. Now, as you would expect, John fully defended his brother. He defended the family name and basically scoffed at the notion that his brother is a liar, which is kind of what the Big Ten and some others are saying. Harbaugh says he had no knowledge of Connor Stallion's activities, which may or may not have broken NCAA rules against in-person scouting. Now, he said, we don't know because there hasn't been a full investigation at this point. However, John did reveal something interesting about the investigation, that the Michigan Wolverines head coach has had his computers and cell phones searched by the NCAA. It sounds like a man with nothing to hide. Jim wants due process, and Michigan football deserves it, or no one else in the Big Ten should ever get it again. Now, compared to most major college football programs, including Ohio State and the SEC, he said, I believe Michigan football has a much less to fear from a full NCAA investigation. They asked him about the playoff rankings, to which he said, honestly, I have zero interest in the college football playoff rankings. We all know the scenario for Michigan football. It's win and in. That's all there is. Michigan, ranked 3rd, once again, is not making the field as a one-loss team unless there's an insane amount of carnage over the next few weeks. Same can be said for Ohio State, he says. Heck, you could actually make the case if Georgia doesn't win out, that they won't be in the playoffs. There hasn't been a lot of chaos this season. While there could be over the next 3 weeks, it feels like the Big Ten, the ACC, the SEC, and Pac-12 champions will be advancing. So like I said, for Michigan football, it's win and in. There you go, Eagle.
Yeah, okay, Steve. Yeah, before I get back to the Michigan situation, I wanted to say what you were talking about with this bus deal again. Now, like I said, I've been trucking for over 20 years, and it looks like the front of that bus had damage on it. So it looks as though, from what you said and from what the Ohio DOT people had to say, there was a previous accident, and that I guess, I've seen this type of scenario. The bus must have slowed down at a high rate of speed when they seen the stop traffic, and apparently the truck driver, whoever that was, he didn't see the stop traffic, and he continued on at his same rate of speed, and he ran into the back of the SUV, which when you said the three people that were traveling with the bus, they basically got squashed in between. Basically what happened to those people, you couldn't even see that. I didn't even know there was a vehicle in between the bus and the truck. That's how hard he hit them until you told me that. I didn't know that there was another vehicle behind the bus. So apparently, like I say, I'm not making the truck driver guilty because we still don't know the whole deal. But from the way it sounds, as though the truck driver may not have hit his brakes in time and ran into the car that was in between the bus and him, and that resulting in a fire, which killed 3 students and 3 people that was in this van or SUV or whatever it was. That's what it sounds like. But either way, it's a tragic loss. But you know something, Steve? That's the reason why I wish that more truck drivers would start installing these CBs back into their trucks. Because see, that guy there, he might not have had his CB on, but if he would have had a CB, he might have known that there was an accident. I keep my CB on, when I'm in a high traffic area, like up in that 70 or, 80 when you're traveling in Ohio or wherever you at, just in case there is a sudden brake check, you will be notified. Some truck drivers might say, hey, there's a truck, there's an accident in front of you, and you might want to slow down. If this guy would have had a CB in his truck, which I probably doubt, he might have been able to avoid this tragic accident. Like I say, any life is a tragic loss, Steve, especially right before the holidays. So I feel bad for all the families involved in this whole deal. It's really, really a sad deal that had it take place. Now, getting back to the Michigan deal, I'm going to say this, Steve, because I live in the South, and, people down South, they think that and it's a big game, Alabama, when Alabama and Georgia get together, when Alabama plays Tennessee, that's a big game. Especially when Alabama plays Auburn University, which is in Alabama. But I still believe that the biggest game of them all, because both of these teams have winning records and they neither one of them have lost a game, it's got to be Ohio State and Michigan, because those 2 programs have no losses, and one of these teams is going to lose. Somebody's season is going to be ruined next week. So I believe that this is the biggest game in college football, Ohio State and Michigan. You look at the names of some of the coaches that have coached these two, Bo Schembechler, the guy who coached at Ohio State, the guy who punched the football, I forgot what this guy's name was, long back in the 70s, all the Heisman Trophy winners that went to these 2 schools. So I believe that this is the biggest game in college football. And like I said, Harbaugh, I believe that I don't like the way it was handled. They should have, before you suspend the man 3 games, they should have had more evidence against him. You can't suspend the man if you're still investigating the situation. As far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't be. He's not allowed to. He's allowed to coach the football team during the week, but he's not allowed to be on the sidelines for 3 ball games. We'll see if he's allowed to coach the Michigan game. Ohio State game. I doubt it, but he might. He said he's forming a protest right now. But either way, I'm gonna be watching very closely at that ball game next following Saturday. after Thanksgiving. So that'll definitely give me something to look at over the weekend. But you know something, Steve? As we speak right now, some more news is going on. And you know how I feel about protests. As we speak, I just looking at a video while you had me on hold. You realize what's going on at the Democratic place right up in Washington, D.C. right now. It's been overwhelmed by these so-called protesters that want a ceasefire right here in the United States of America. We got these losers. They want to talk about Donald Trump and his people having an insurrection. Well, they might want to take a look at the video that I just took a look at a few minutes ago, Steve. Hopefully you'll say some things about that after I hang out with you. But right now, as we speak, they have a takeover of they're trying to take over the Democratic convention place up in Washington, D.C. You already know about that, don't you?
I have all the latest right before me, Eagle. I sure enough do. And are they going to call this an insurrection, you think? Or is this just going to be a relatively peaceful protest?
I doubt it. I doubt if they'll call it an insurrection because Donald Trump's not involved. But yeah, like I said, Steve, hopefully you'll comment on that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you so much, Eagle. Yes, indeed. We'll give you the rest of the story, what we know at this point, coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, based on reports, it appears things are much quieter now. But here just a few short hours ago, it was a totally different story. What we know at this point from the local NBC affiliate out of D.C., Capitol Police say they've arrested one after physically clashing with protesters at a pro-Palestinian rally this past evening in Southeast D.C. The protesters had gathered outside the headquarters of the Democrat National Committee, just south of the Capitol, before several dozen demonstrators got into a shoving match with officers. They do say 6 Capitol officers suffered minor injuries, according to a Capitol spokesperson. The department also confirmed at least one arrest made for assault on an officer. Now, it was a little after 8:30 when they said, right now our officers are working to keep back approximately 150 people who are illegally and violently protesting in the area of Canal Street and Ivy Street Southeast. Officers used pepper spray on some protesters, pushed the group back to about a block away from the DNC. Members of the DNC were evacuated. Capitol Police were asking people to avoid the area. In a statement on X, Illinois Representative Sean Casten said he was evacuated from the building by authorities and urged protesters not to do anything irresponsible. Don't be stupid. You have the constitutional right to peaceably assemble and protest. But blocking all entries to a building with multiple members of Congress in it, protected by Capitol Police officers who've lived through January 6th, is putting you and other innocent people at risk, he said. Yeah, we were rescued by armed officers who did not know the protesters' intent. Yeah, they knew only that members of Congress were inside, could not leave, and that protesters would not let police through. Forcing police to guess intent is irresponsible and dangerous, he said. Representative Brad Sherman, a California Democrat, said he was evacuated from the building after protesters began pepper spraying police officers and attempting to break into the building. Video of the scene showing Capitol Police mounted on bikes and then later in riot gear, clashing with demonstrators. We know the groups Jewish Voice for Peace and another group, If Not Now, were among the participants. The groups shared photos and videos of people at a candlelight vigil outside the DNC headquarters to mourn those who've been killed since the start of the war on October 7. They're also posting images of protesters blocking the entrance to the building and, obviously, the confrontation with police. As of 10:30 Eastern, there was still a major police presence on the scene, but the crowd had pretty much dispersed, they say. South Capitol Street between Canal and E Streets and Ivy Street between Canal and New Jersey Avenue were still closed. Not clear if a particular event was taking place inside the DNC building at the time of this protest. According to a Democrat National Committee spokesperson, we're monitoring the situation outside the DNC. We're in touch with Capitol Police and Metro Police, who are directing the security response. So that just a few short hours ago in our nation's capital. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. In other industry headlines, well, today, Thursday, the FMCSA will finalize a new rule to increase financial responsibility requirements in order to crack down on unscrupulous freight brokers. The final rule to be published in the Federal Register again, November 16, today, the FMCSA will toughen up financial security rules to better protect truckers from brokers who fail to pay, they say. Statement from the FMCSA, this rule will result in benefits to motor carriers. FMCSA is aware that some brokers choose to withhold payment to motor carriers for services rendered. Motor carriers can then submit claims to the financial responsibility provider to receive payment. FMCSA believes that most brokers operate with integrity and uphold the contracts made with motor carriers and shippers. However, a minority of brokers with unscrupulous business practices can create unnecessary financial hardship for unsuspecting motor carriers. Now, the FMCSA estimates that about 1.3% of brokers will experience a drawdown on their surety bond or trust fund within any given year. Average claim amounts of approximately $1,900 per claim that is submitted. The final rule will be going in effect on January the 16th, as that'll be published today, so 60 days after publication. Yeah, they broke down pretty much in detail. There were 5 different categories that this is all going to be published in the Register. I won't bore you with all that. But next on the headlines, police searching for the driver responsible after a tractor-trailer spilled cement near a fire station in Massachusetts and just drove away. This was on Tuesday near the Abington Fire Station in Abington, Massachusetts. According to Boston 25 News, the rig spilled wet concrete. It did pull over briefly and then just decided to head on down the road. Officers and work crews arrived at the scene, ultimately having to shut down 3 lanes of traffic for hours as crews worked to clear the cement from the roadway. So it sounds like it wasn't just like a little spill. It's quite a significant spill. Several cars were damaged as a result of the spill. Nearby businesses were able to provide police with surveillance footage to assist in the investigation. I mean, they've got a photograph. This is going to be pretty easy to find, I believe, this particular truck. But they do say anyone with information on the truck, the company, or the driver that spilled the concrete asked to contact the Abington police. Somebody gets a DA of the Week nomination. Coming up after news break, looks like the latest, there was a meeting, the trucking in Tennessee, Nashville. It's the Stephens 25th Annual Investment Conference that took place on Tuesday. Are things getting any better for the trucking industry? Truckload carriers and third-party logistics pretty much say they have seen little change in demand halfway through the fourth quarter now. And some are pointing deeper into next year before the market actually sees a correction. Some are now saying it may be the summer of 24 before things begin to see normal patterns. That was the top story from FreightWaves this past day. More on what some of the freight brokers like Landstar had to say at the conference. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A Wisconsin jury has found a woman guilty of poisoning a woman with eye drops.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Jesse R. Kershevsky, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Jesse Kershevsky stole money from Lynn Hernan and later killed her to cover up the fraud. Over half of U.S. voters want additional candidates to enter the 2024 presidential race. That's according to Quinnipiac poll. Despite over a dozen contenders in the race, 52% of voters express a preference for more options. In contrast, Republicans express satisfaction with the existing field of candidates. Salman Rushdie was surprised with the first ever Lifetime Disturbing the Peace Award by the Vaclav Havel Center on Manhattan's Upper East Side. The award, kept secret, was attended by over 100 people. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning, Pappy. 41 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Better late than never. He dozed off. So a little disturbance in D.C. again, huh? Surprise, surprise. Hammer down and be safe. Welcome aboard, Pappy. See, Rubber Duck said Eagle was, he was trying to think of that would be the legendary Woody Hayes. There you go. I recognize that name. The legend. Hello, Buckeye Boy, rolling along I-40, checking in from Sayre, Oklahoma. I did hit some patchy fog in eastern New Mexico and parts of Texas. Some of it a little bit heavy, but I could still see maybe up to a half mile ahead. I actually had a great visit with Heatwave. Lady Heatwave and their daughter this past day. Got to witness in person the artificial turf backyard, the solar panels, and the fall decoration display. As we had all discussed, they were all very welcoming. I really enjoyed myself at the Hacienda. Now, it's my opinion that Xi Jinping thinks our puppet is weak. I don't believe anything we're being told. China saying they're going to do this and they're going to do that. That they've let Iran know their concerns about what their proxies are doing and have done. What the major media has not said is that China is buying millions of gallons of oil from Iran and Russia, making them billions, and funding their wars against Israel and Ukraine. It's a clown show. It also sounds like the puppet and the administration have just shifted their attempts to censor the internet against conservatives from the DE governance board that they shut down because of the outrage, but they didn't fire the socialist lady that had been running it. And instead, they're now getting the FCC to do their dirty work. I think you're pretty much spot on there, Buckeye boy. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And he went on to say, unless we start drilling for oil again, stop buying from people who hate us, and the police need to be allowed to put shoplifters in jail. Prices aren't going to be going down anytime soon. The shrink, the shoplifting, the amount of theft, it's just... Well, we updated last evening the whole scenario out of Memphis. When Brain Dead comes back to work tomorrow night, maybe he can... Because that involved that FedEx tractor trailer. They actually used cars, blocked the trailer on the road, the truck, broke into the back, stole a bunch of merchandise, and disappeared. Before we get back to the calls, let me give you the rest of the story. The 25th Annual Investment Conference in Nashville this week. Sentiments, the comments from some of the heads of the largest publicly traded truckload providers. Aligning with the report from the freight payments platform, Cass Information Systems, which said October produced a cycle low for shipments. Freight broker Landstar Systems said the market is a little softer than it was at the end of October, when they reported third quarter earnings and provided fourth quarter guidance. The company said they do not expect a peak season this year. It's like nothing. And I quote, there's no excitement out there, whether it's the parcel carriers, the shippers, or anybody who thinks this is going to turn around anytime soon. That's the quote from Landstar president and CEO. He said sequential seasonal patterns has been lower than normal every month of this year. He reiterated the company's fourth quarter outlook, but now expects results to shake out closer to the middle or lower end of the original predicted range. He said, I do not see spot rates stepping materially higher until next year, and that it usually takes better demand versus capacity attrition to move the market. Turnover among Landstar's business capacity owners, a proxy of truck capacity, is 39% this year, which is in line with the 36% rate recorded during the 2019 downturn. We are continuing to pull down. Speaking about the spot rates, I think by the time we get into 2024, maybe midsummer, we'll start seeing regular seasonal patterns once again. Management from truckload carrier Werner Enterprises noted a fairly muted peak season. It said volumes have been steady to slightly better than last year's peak, but pricing has actually been weaker, which means lower revenue year over year. Tough times in the trucking sector, to say the least. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I pulled an eagle on you last night. I was sound asleep, so please forgive me. So, I'm almost into the hacienda there, but I ain't got time to see Heatwave, his wife, and his daughters. I got to keep on trucking there, right? And guess what? Christmas time's coming, but it's always getting slow around Christmas time, and all the way into the first of the next year, it's always been slow. But freight-wise there, I read a article on the New York Times there that Will Smith denies allegations of a sexual affair with actor Dwayne Martin, one of them guys that played on that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air or whatever that show was called. Yeah, he denied it, but You know, a real man would have punched Chris Rock in the face, not slapped him like a little sissy boy there. So, I don't know. That's just my opinion there, right?
Right.
Eagle, a CB radio ain't going to do anybody any good unless they can speak English. They are not going to be able to understand me or somebody like me telling them there's a slow down up here. Slow down. Well, Steve, you know what the word violence means in the Bible?
In the Bible, well,
yeah. What's the Hebrew word? What's the Hebrew word for violence?
That I do not know.
Hamas.
Really?
Yep. Hamas.
Wow.
That's the Hebrew word. That's crazy, ain't it?
That's weird. I had never heard that.
Yeah. Well, I've got a King James Version Bible with Strong's attached to it.
Yeah.
And that's. I had seen somebody on TikTok say that, so I went and checked it out myself, and that's exactly what it says. Hamas is a Hebrew word for violence. You know, I got a political phone call today on my cell phone, Steve. You know, I answered it, Sheriff's Department, Fraud Division, how may I help you? You know, they were not interested in spreading their political beliefs or hearing about mine. See, they just flat ass hung up on me. I thought that's pretty rude. Oh, did I lose you?
We got you here. I'm trying to look up the Hebrew word for violence.
But
I'm looking here. According to the Bible, those who practice Hamas, violence against the children of Israel, will bring the fierce wrath of God down upon themselves. The first place the word Hamas appears in the Bible is in Genesis 6:11 and 13. The earth also the earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. Hamas is the word. That's wow. Hamas.
Yeah. Well, you didn't think I'd tell you a lie, do you?
I like I said, I'd never heard that before, and that's rather interesting.
Well, I hadn't either until I looked it up there.
Yep.
But the Babylon Bee says that Hamas says all them AK-47s they found in that Gaza hospital were strictly there for medicinal use. So you know that's a bunch of baloney, right?
Yes, right. They found a bunch of a stash of weapons in the MRI ward, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, Trevor Lawrence's wife, he plays for the Jaguars. He posted a thing on one of the social media sites telling his wife how much he loved her and stuff. People really slammed him for that. And his wife called him out and said, hey, we don't need no nasty comments out here. And I got some sad news for Gilligan. The NCAA denied the postseason waiver for James Madison University, Jacksonville State University, and Tarleton State University. They've got to wait until next year to be bowl eligible if they can win enough games. So I don't know about that Michigan thing, Steve. I mean, you know, they claim they got enough evidence against him. So I don't know. We'll just wait and see what happens there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what was this about that union boss and one of them senators up there wanting to smack each other's butt around? They were almost came.
Yeah, I mean, he told him to get your butt up. Let's go at you right now. Let's set right. Hey, this is the place. This is the time. We'll settle it right here.
Yeah, that's the man, buddy. I guarantee you. And old Megan Rapinoe, she run her mouth again, saying there is no God. So, hey, she'll eventually find out the truth when she, the Bible says, be absent from the body to be in the presence of Almighty God. So, good luck with that, Megan.
Yeah.
Yeah. All I can tell you, you better be true to thine own self. All right, well, that's all my bull on it. I'll call in a second time. I still got 3 more hours of driving to do, so I'll just try to get caught up a little again. Well, let's see, what time is it your time?
1:46 a.m. Eastern Time. We got about 3 hours to go.
Oh, yeah, well, that'll be just fine there. I'm in the hacienda right now, so Heat Wave, hello, buddy. Have a good night.
There you go. All
sleep
right.
tight with.
And yeah, he'll be with us right to the end of the show here on a Thursday morning. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As the IDF forces continue trying to root out Hamas from underground, learning more and more exactly what we're contending with over there. Spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces spoke with Greta Van Susteren this past day. Told her that many of the terror tunnels that Hamas built beneath the hospital are booby-trapped. We have different tactical military capabilities we're using to try and clear them. We have found hundreds, over 300 shafts. Similar to what you were showing, they had some video of terror tunnels, many of which are booby-trapped. We're using different tools to find the best ways we can to dismantle them without putting our soldiers at risk. There are, he says, hundreds of miles of underground terrorist infrastructure around the Gaza Strip. IDF said a well-trained operational tactical team, and including Arab speakers and medics, into the area of the hospital Wednesday. We found a lot of different arms and weapons and other tools that could be used by Hamas to carry out other terrorist activity. Now we're continuing to act in that hospital to make sure the Hamas cannot continue carrying out other activity from there. And we are taking care as much as possible for the patients that have been used as human shields. For days, we've been calling and talking to the administrative and doctors in the hospital, asking them what they need. Calling them to leave in a designated area of the eastern part of that hospital and other routes that we have designated as humanitarian routes to go to the southern area of the Gaza Strip. We've also brought this morning food for babies, incubators, and in the last few days, we have put fuel outside of the hospital so they can use that. Ask how they're determining who in the hospital is with Hamas. Now, he said IDF soldiers found uniforms that were left behind when they went in. Yeah, they believe Hamas has put on civilian clothes and ran out. Yeah, this is part of the chances that we're continuously taking and mitigating how we fight this war. We know Hamas uses civilian coverage deliberately in this infrastructure. I mean, whether it's schools, mosques, hospitals, of course, in the civilian coverage, and even in the humanitarian passages we've created. It's very difficult to fight when you're fighting against these terrorists that don't mind using their own people as their shields. Now, they've further updated new details about what they called the subterranean pit command center. Surprised by the level of sophistication of Hamas's underground command headquarters, which drew comparisons to the IDF's, the Israeli Defense Forces' own pit. Believes that, the military headquarters in Tel Aviv. They say the Hamas subterranean headquarters included a special shaft with an elevator that can reportedly reach a depth of nearly 100 feet, fit 7 people inside. The elevator descends to a specially designed tunnel that is air-conditioned and outfitted with oxygen. In addition, the tunnel includes advanced communication equipment, suggesting that top Hamas officials hid in there, including Gaza's Hamas chief and the Hamas military commander. Now, the Israel military doctrine is traditionally focused on deterrence rather than dismantling the entire Hamas organization. But now, after what had unfolded on October 7, Israel has vowed to dismantle Hamas. I mean, we're going to destroy them, he said. IDF Division 162 Commander Brigadier General Itzik Cohen stressed that the Israel military is currently implementing the goal of eliminating Hamas military as well as governing capabilities in Gaza City. We created conditions which could lead to taking apart the military and governance capabilities. Since the start of the invasion, we've been talking taking apart the centers of gravity of Hamas and the capabilities that they have spent years building. Since the start of the invasion, divisional forces have killed over 1,000 Hamas terrorists, and we have reduced rocket fire from northern Gaza at Israel by about 80%, he says. So they feel like they're making progress, but it is literally an underground city. When they say hundreds of shafts and tunnels, hundreds of miles of underground tunnels. And the headlines this past evening, Israel finds military equipment used by Hamas in the, I believe again, it was the MRI ward. They're in the hospital. Of course, Hamas denies that, but they deny everything. Rolling toward news break, see who we got on board here. Welcome in. I'm not seeing a name on the board. Who we got? And I guess we'll say that would be a blank. Maybe try again. It's 844-844-3388. 5-7, got you coming up here. Let's just get through the news break, top of the hour. And closer to home when it comes to the likes of Hamas. The FBI revealing this past day that they are opening up a slate of new probes into the terror group Hamas. The FBI Director Christopher Wray, speaking to the House Committee on Homeland Security, said that they're focusing on potential threats to the mainland U.S. as well as the group's funding avenues. We have a large number of tips and leads related specifically to Hamas and radicalization and recruitment, he said. We are urgently running down every tip and lead. Now, we cannot and do not discount the possibility that Hamas or another foreign terror organization may exploit the current conflict to conduct attacks here on our soil. Hamas has historically not been a top priority of U.S. intelligence agencies and law enforcement as late as last year. They were not considered a direct threat in the White House's national security strategy. But what they were able to pull off on October 7, I guess that was a wake-up call. 36 Americans killed, another 10 unaccounted for. Unclear how many U.S. nationals Hamas had taken as hostage. Wray used fear about a potential attack on U.S. soil to urge lawmakers to reauthorize Section 702, a controversial tool that allows warrantless surveillance of foreigners, even when they're talking to Americans. That's set to expire at the end of this year unless lawmakers vote to extend that law. And I do believe that is the one. That is the Section 702 that had been misused, very heavily misused, to the tune of thousands of warrantless surveying even American citizens. I think that's the one. All right, so we'll get to your calls again coming up here at 844-844-3388. Hope your week's going well. We had a Thursday coming on, Friday Eve, as we can refer to it, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A Wisconsin jury has found a woman guilty of poisoning a woman with eye drops.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Jesse R. Kershevsky, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Jesse Kershevsky stole money from Lynn Hernan and later killed her to cover up the fraud. Initially denying involvement, Kershevsky later claimed that Hernan wanted to die, alleging she gave her bottles of eye drops to drink. Despite insisting that her friend killed herself, Kershevsky is facing a mandatory life sentence after the verdict was read, prompting her emotional reaction in court. Over half of U.S. voters want additional candidates to enter the 2024 presidential race. That's according to Quinnipiac poll. Despite over a dozen contenders in the race, 52% of voters express a preference for more options, including 72% of independents and 58% of Democrats. In contrast, 67% of Republicans express satisfaction with the existing field of candidates. Unionized Starbucks baristas are planning to hold a major strike on Thursday.
Unionized Starbucks workers are organizing their most significant strike to date on one of the coffee chain's busiest annual days. Starbucks Workers United stated it is pressing the company to reach an agreement on concerns related to staffing and scheduling. The yearly occasion when Starbucks distributes free reusable holiday cups is its most substantial sales event of the season and is recognized as one of the most notoriously challenging and understaffed days for the baristas who handle them. I'm John Schaefer.
Salman Rushdie was surprised with the first ever Lifetime Disturbing the Peace Award by the Vaclav Havel Center on Manhattan's Upper East Side. The award, kept secret until minutes before the presentation, was attended by over 100 people. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In his criminal gun case, Hunter Biden seeks to subpoena former President Trump and ex-Attorney General Bill Barr. Biden aims to obtain information from Trump and other former Justice Department officials to support his defense, claiming vindictive or selective prosecution that allegedly infringes on his Fifth Amendment rights. Hunter Biden has entered a not guilty plea to charges of providing false information on federal firearm forms and unlawfully possessing a weapon while using illicit drugs. 2 Westchester men are facing charges for allegedly punching an on-duty NYPD lieutenant in the head aboard a 1 subway train in the Bronx. Marquise Webb and Brian Innocent, both 24, were arrested for the alleged attack that started after officers ordered the 2 men to get off the subway car. Traffic in L.A. is about to get worse.
A large section of the I-10 freeway near downtown L.A. remaining closed to traffic for at least 3 to 5 weeks to repair damage caused by a massive fire.
We will get this taken care of.
Investigators say that fire was started by an arsonist. About 300,000 commuters use that area a day. They're already worried about even worse traffic as they reroute themselves to work.
I'm a little worried that over the next few days it's going to get a little worse.
That's Corey Myers reporting. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So we got a Thursday coming on here. That means the weekend's a-coming. And this upcoming weekend kicks off another opportunity to spot shooting stars in the night sky. As one of the last meteor showers of the year unfolds, Friday night into Saturday morning, the best night for the annual Leonids. The last meteor shower before the start of meteorological winter, December 1. Now, they say a typical showing expected this year, but the Leonids do have a rich history, including one of the most captivating celestial sights that takes place only once in a generation. This year, with a clear sky Friday night, you can expect to see about 15 meteors per hour. That's a pretty typical rate for many meteor showers. Activity starts off rather slow and gradually increases as the night progresses, with the frequency of shooting stars rising after the midnight hour from time zone to time zone. The Leonids should remain active throughout the weekend, so if you've got clouds, like Saturday night, early in the weekend, you'll have more opportunities. Sunday night if the clouds improve. Now, last weekend we had the peak of the northern Tarids, and a handful of those may overlap with the Leonids. I believe that's what Horsefeather saw the other morning. A big, bright fireball dropping from the heavens. That's what the northern Tarids are notorious for. This is the time of year we pass through a field of debris left behind from the comet Tempel-Tuttle. That sparks the Leonid meteor shower. About once every 33 years, the comet passes close to the sun, spreading a fresh, dense trail of debris, sets the stage for an outburst of shooting stars, something akin to a fairy tale or a Hollywood film. You'll harken back to the Leonid meteor storm of 1833. One of the first well-documented meteor storms in recorded history, with hundreds of thousands, if you could imagine, hundreds of thousands of meteors per hour. Since then, the Leonids have repeated the performance on multiple occasions. 1866, 1969, or 66, 1999, and 2002. Viewers in 1966 experienced a spectacular Leonid storm. Thousands of meteors per minute fell through the Earth's atmosphere during a 15-minute period. Now, such an outburst is not predicted for this year or any time in the near future. It looks like I won't have an opportunity in the rest of my life, because it's going to be like the year 2099. Okay. But about a month after the Leonids, we will have the Geminids that are predicted to peak. One of the best meteor showers of the year. It'll be a far cry from a meteor storm, but the Geminids will boast more than 100 shooting stars per hour. If you want to mark your calendar, the night of December 13th into the early hours of December 14th. But it would be a fascinating thing. Some of those artist renditions depicting what they saw during that 1833, to where you looked toward the heavens and it was literally raining shooting stars through the heavens. Hello, 5-7.
I can testify to that. It was 2002. I was in still West Virginia and got up early, looked out my window. It was just the crack of dawn, and I mean the sky was just totally full. I mean, you can take your finger and run it across the sky, you're going to be on a shooting star.
One after another. Yep, I remember that.
And a couple of them come right at you, and then boom, blew up. That was so cool. And I'll be honest with you, after seeing that, I don't worry about the rest of them. I mean, I've seen it. It'd be hard to top that. Yeah, I was, listening to that story. That old boy dumped his load out in front of the fire department. That really don't make any sense at all. I mean, it could have been a mechanical failure. Those levers are easy to bump with your legs, and for the thing to go the wrong way. Or like me, I for 6 months ran a mixer because my wife fired me from the road. She wanted me home, so she even got me the job for this outfit. And they said, we had a safety meeting. What do you need to know? What makes safer? Well, put some hash marks on that stupid thing because it's solid white. It's wintertime when the mix comes out of the bin and into your barrel. I mean, it just steams, and you can't see your mirrors, you can't see nothing back here. And if you got a real wet load and they want you to go a further distance, you've got to run that thing almost neutral, where it's just barely moving. If we want it a little bit drier, you have to run the barrel real fast to get it dried out before you get to where you're going. But it wouldn't be nothing for a guy, unless it's that forward. I don't know anything about the guy that sits in the middle over the front axle and has the load barrel hanging out in front of me. But yeah, that's it. They crucified me for making a suggestion because I was a new guy. But yeah, that was funny. Come wintertime in West Virginia, though, absolutely no work. And I know better than even to ask my wife. I said, you want me to go back over the road? No. Finally, she was figuring out the bills. 2 weeks, no work. She says, honey, you may have to go back over the road. I reached in my coffee table drawer, which I'd already pulled out of J. Lou, West Virginia truck stop, called J-Mark, and I was on a bus to back on the road since. So, but no, accidents happen. There ain't that many mixer companies and deliveries, so I'm just sort of wondering what they charge the boy with. And I know they wanted to talk to him, but that'd be an interesting to finish off that story about how they're going to charge him.
I'm assuming they're going to want to probably charge the company for the cost of cleanup, right? Because they said they spent hours cleaning it up.
Yeah, and find out why.
Yeah.
Like I said, it would be easy to bump that lever for the barrel. As long as it's turning to the one direction, it's keeping the stuff in. And as soon as you start going the other direction, the fins of it forces that mix up and down the chute. So that's I tell you what, I'd come home, turn my clothes in, and my wife would get so mad at me because I'd have that stuff concrete in the washing machine. I'm so glad to get out of that mess. But yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there. That's an interesting story, and just sort of wonder. You got to think they got and two, before you run off in front of a fire station, don't most fire stations pretty much already have their cameras up?
Yeah, you would certainly think, yeah. And it's not like he can say he didn't know, because he did. He stopped briefly, and then I guess he said, "Oh, well, I'm getting out of here."
Next thing we ought to know is he a foreigner? I hate to say that.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, we're gonna sit back, copy the rest of the mail, and enjoy the show.
Over and out.
5-7, we out.
Over and out. Copy 5-7. I know many drivers out there have their co-pilots, a.k.a. their four-legged friends, their fur babies, whatever you want to call them. Veterinarians across the country are issuing warnings about a mysterious, potentially fatal canine illness, primarily affecting the respiratory system of dogs. The outbreak, initially identified in Willamette Valley, Oregon, back in early August, has raised concerns among dog owners, prompting health authorities to investigate the increasing number of cases. Chief Medical Officer of the Oregon Humane Society discussed the severity of the situation with Newsweek, as well as the Oregon Department of Agriculture and the Oregon Health Authority. They've documented several cases of canine infection respiratory disease complex. Some instances have escalated to acute pneumonia, leading to fatalities in a matter of days. Now, the symptoms initially resemble what they call kennel cough, which is a common airway infection in dogs. The rise in cases has surpassed typical infection expectations for the fall and winter seasons, with particular concerns there in the Northwest, places Portland, Oregon, Salem, Oregon, the Willamette Valley. The challenge in dealing with this illness is in its complex and mysterious nature. It's difficult to diagnose, and he emphasized the deviation from typical symptoms of a late diagnosis very well may result in a less optimistic prognosis. You got to catch it quick, or your fur friend may not make it. It's complicated by canine patients testing positive for multiple pathogens in respiratory panel screenings. Now, they do have reports suggesting the disease resists antibiotic treatment. Despite the seriousness, he urges dog owners do not panic. There's no indication of a widespread outbreak at this time. He did emphasize that a new respiratory infectious agent has yet to be identified. He did say there's a lot to learn about the disease. He advised dog owners seek veterinary attention if your dog exhibits respiratory disease symptoms, persistent coughing, sneezing, or difficulty breathing. Until a symptomatic dog receives veterinary assessment and treatment, isolation from other dogs would be recommended. In a related development, reports from various parts of the country, including Idaho, indicate a surge in cases of dogs with similar symptoms. One resident of Idaho shared her experience, highlighting the coughing, lethargy, and other concerning signs exhibited by her 3 golden retrievers. The mysterious illness is reportedly highly contagious. Symptoms, again, overlapping those of kennel cough. All right, see the vet ASAP, I guess they say. If your dog has a cough, keep it away from others. Isolate for 2 weeks after symptoms subside to prevent further spread. All right, it's 844-844-3388. And we'll get to Carl just ahead, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Anybody heard from Kentucky Ken? Right after he got off his latest concert tour, he got sick with something. I'm not sure exactly what it was. I know he had been to the doctor. I think at one point I saw he had been referred maybe to a surgeon, but I hadn't heard any updates in recent days, so hope everything's okay with Kentucky Ken. Carl is on board. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing there, brother? I'm just out here driving up here above Cincinnati this morning, going into East Liberty, Ohio, and just thought I would call in, talk here for a minute about things going on. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Happy Thanksgiving week coming up. Hope everybody has safe travels, everything, and you make it to your home 20 safely. But getting into this Joe Biden thing with the president of China, Xi, this meeting is a simple photo op that he wanted to use to increase his popularity, and that's just basically what that's all about. He did not cover anything significant with this man while he was here in California out there, and it's just a massive corrupt and operation that he's got going on with Xi, receiving checks, $40,000 check.
Mm-hmm.
It's untelling how many of those he received from that government over there, corrupt and politically involved with that country over there all his life, and people have the nerve to vote for that man, Joe Biden. It's unbelievable how they could be so cruel to this nation, actually. And then Joe Biden here, he's telling Israel to have a ceasefire over there, and Israel has needs to protect themselves. And he even said to Israel today, his quote was to Israel, said to them, do not think about taking over the Gaza Strip. Do not even think about occupying the Gaza Strip in the future after you get rid of the Hamas and all of this. Well, I think actually since Joe Biden did say that, then that's exactly what Israel needs to do. They need to take over the Gaza Strip. They need to take care of it. They need to guard it with a fine-tooth comb and go up underneath there and eliminate all of those little tunnels that they've got going on over there, and improve the entire area, and wall it off if they've got to, go a massive construction project, and if Iran gets involved in it, nuke them till they glow, in my opinion. That's the way I feel about it. I'm just highly upset with our government and the way they're running things here with Joe Biden. And then the nerve of the Palestinian protesters here. this evening in particular at the DNC, thinking that they're going to get some support from the DNC. Well, yeah, that's probably where they'll get it if they get it at all. But I don't think the DNC has the nerve to come out and make statements against Israel so much, that it causes Israel to want to abandon America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, this is a nonsense thing that's going on here with our government and Joe Biden in particular. He is nothing but a corrupt individual that has always been corrupt his whole entire life. And people cannot even see and remember the things that he has done in the past. Excuse me, I had some sinusitis. I've had to go to the doctor twice in the past 2 weeks. and I'm just now getting some antibiotics and just improving my health here, but to where I can work safely and everything. But yeah, this sinusitis is a big deal. It's a lot worse than I thought it would be. I've had it for over a month, and it's just now I'm just now getting a little bit of relief. Hopefully, I'll be better by Thanksgiving. But anyway, Georgia, as far as football goes, I believe has the best team in the nation this year. They are very good, actually. They're a lot better than they have shown. And actually, I think they're beginning to show it. And this coming Saturday, you're going to see them go up against the Tennessee Volunteers in Knoxville. And right there, we'll see just what Georgia's got right there in that game Saturday at 3:30. And
well, Tennessee didn't have a whole heck of a lot to offer last weekend. That's pretty ugly.
Well, that's for sure.
Yeah,
that is for sure. Alabama is good. Alabama's good, and they're going to prove it against Georgia also. When they play, they will meet each other probably, most likely in the SEC championship game. But Michigan, this deal with Jim Harbaugh, you know what? Everybody does that. Everybody has always done that, and everybody's going to continue to do that. It's just like Pete Rose with the betting scandal. Betting has been going on in baseball, football, basketball, anything that you can imagine ever since they've had sports. And yeah, they have signs put up everywhere.
It's like the old model: if you ain't cheating, you ain't winning. Hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. A Wisconsin jury has found a woman guilty of poisoning a woman with eye drops.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Jesse R. Kershevsky, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Jesse Kershevsky stole money from Lynn Hernan and later killed her to cover up the fraud. Over half of U.S. voters want additional candidates to enter the 2024 presidential race. That's according to Quinnipiac poll. Despite over a dozen contenders in the race, 52% of voters express a preference for more options. In contrast, Republicans express satisfaction with the existing field of candidates. Salman Rushdie was surprised with the first ever Lifetime Disturbing the Peace Award by the Vaclav Havel Center on Manhattan's Upper East Side. The award, kept secret, was attended by over 100 people. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back.
Hey, we're back at it here. Buckeye Boy makes a good point. Because you're talking about they're saying there's hundreds of miles, tunnels, different levels, very, very complex security bunkers under the Gaza. The question, how many years and how much money did it cost to build that? It ain't cheap. And I think you're probably 100% correct. Buckeye Boy, Hamas has used the money that we and other countries have been sending for years to the Palestinian people in the name of humanitarian purposes. It's supposed to help the people. That's what they've been using to build those hundreds of tunnels, hundreds of miles of underground infrastructure. And I don't know, last I checked, weapons aren't free. Iran pumps millions of dollars in on an annual basis. All right, we left off there. Carl, we had to take care of the news break. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry for getting into the news break there, Steve. Yeah, I agree 100% with that. This money that we're sending everywhere, it's going for corrupt purposes. All right, we need to just get involved in this and find out just exactly where all this money is going that we're sending out here. And Comer is trying to get involved in this Ukraine business, and several congressmen are asking questions now because the constituents like me and everybody else out here are asking these questions. We're all wanting to get receipts for all of this. We need to know where this money is going exactly. And because we have reports of weapons being found from that we have sent to Ukraine, they're being found over in Iran and in different locations all around the world. They're going everywhere, these weapons are, and all this ammunition and this, that, and the other. The things that are easy transported, but they're valuable weapons, grenades and whatever that they have here, and mortars and things like that can be easily transported and through ship and different ways and means. And it's just unbelievable, the corruption that's going on. And but getting back to this Pete Rose and the betting scandals and the filming of the other teams and this, that, and the other going on with Michigan,
right?
And stealing signs and this, that, and the other. People do that all the time, man. I mean, high school does it. I mean, they send scouts everywhere, and you're supposed to do that to get ready for your next opponent. What's the big deal? I mean, I don't understand. If you're making signals, okay, and you don't expect them to be stolen, then you've got another thing coming, bud, because people are going to look and see what you're doing one way or another, and they're going to try to find out how to defend against that. And that's the way it is. And I don't care if you send people out here professionally or however you do it. That's just the way it is. And if you allow them in there, there's things such as closed practices, okay? And if you have a closed practice, how is somebody going to get in there if you really closed your practice? You know, if you didn't close your practice, then and somebody entered into that area where you're having a practice and stole some of your signals, well, that's your fault, in my opinion. You know, that's just the way that is. But yeah, Michigan's a good football team, and Ohio State's good as well, and that's going to be a great game too to see that. I mean, that's just going to be an awesome football game. I'm a big football fan anyway, but I appreciate you for taking my call, Steve. Thank you very much, and everybody have a happy Thanksgiving coming up next week, okay?
Very good. Thank you for chiming in, Carl, and hope that sinus infection gets better quickly, right? That ain't no fun. Yeah, we'll get a little bit more on the is it illegal to sign steal? That's, the question that many are saying. If I'm understanding correctly, I guess there is this, what is it, a gamesmanship or a sportsmanship, like a gentleman-like agreement kind of thing that they have, to where you, I guess you say you're not going to do it. Is there anyone that's not trying to figure out on the sidelines a way to get a one-up on your opponent? I think it's pretty much always the case. It was October 19th when it became public knowledge via the Big Ten Conference. The NCAA was investigating Michigan football, allegedly scouting future opponents to learn how to steal the signs. Now, they say right there, sign stealing during a game is not illegal. It's informally filed under the non-specific, unwritten rule of gamesmanship by most football coaches. That's why teams go to elaborate lengths with sideline signs to hide their signals, right? I guess the difference is, however, it is illegal to send a representative to an opponent's game ahead of time for any purpose, apparently. Many football coaches believe pre-game knowledge of signs not only provides a competitive disadvantage, but also impacts players' safety. Okay. So the difference, I guess, here is sending someone out ahead of the games. So it's nothing illegal. If during the game, I guess if you could look across and figure out what their signals mean, you're good to go. Michigan analyst Connor Stalions is the one accused of attending multiple games involving future Michigan opponents over several years, starting in 21 to this year. Several schools, including Central Michigan, Purdue, Illinois, noted they have records showing he purchased tickets to their games. An unidentified Division III coach said Stalions hired him to actually spy on Big Ten opponents. Now, it's unfortunate. What's crazy is that they are not allegations. It happened. Purdue football coach Ryan Walters said on his November 2nd radio show, there's video evidence, there's ticket purchases and sales that you can track back. We know for a fact they were at a number of our games. Stalions was ultimately suspended by Michigan on October 20th, and he resigned, apparently under pressure, on November 3rd. He's the one that, how did Brother Rambler put it? He tried to fall on the sword, but at the time he said he didn't think that was but it wasn't going to play out. Now, Harbaugh denied any knowledge of the sign stealing occurring with his approval. Yahoo Sports reported the NCAA revealed their findings to the Big Ten, which indicated Harbaugh was not connected to their investigation of the in-person scouting. Then on November 2nd, Big Ten football coaches and athletic directors at opposing Big Ten schools encouraged the commissioner to take action. Petitti since obviously informed Michigan some form of discipline was being considered, which ultimately that came down a week ago tomorrow, where it was a 3 games rest of the regular season suspension of Harbaugh. Michigan actually, of course, responded. Where does it go from here, though? What the nature of the punishment is. Suspended? Yes, that's what he got, 3 days, a 3-game suspension. But I haven't seen anything, I haven't really been digging into it, but several have said Harbaugh, I guess, has got some sort of a court where he's going to go to court to get an injunction to allow him to be on the sideline this weekend and next. We'll see where that goes. I don't know how quickly the courts can respond, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. Here, Billy, what do you say?
I know how to fix this problem right now. Have the NCAA tell all the quarterbacks they have to have a headset in their helmets, and they radio into it like the NFL. They don't have to worry about stealing signs no more. Right?
That would be a solution, I guess. I mean, that's but even in the NFL, you see the coaches holding the clipboard up so they can't read their lips, right? That's because they're calling the signs in.
That's it. I mean, it's easier to hide what you're telling your quarterback what the next play is. So then you see the quarterbacks in the NFL, they got the sleeve on their arm there that way they know I think it's a set of numbers they give them, and they look on their sleeve what the play is, and they can tell the rest of the offense in the huddle. I believe how it works. I may be wrong, but oh well, that concrete truck, was that a rear discharge or a front discharge truck?
The picture, it didn't look like your typical concrete truck to me. So I don't know. It's
okay,
what other kind of truck would be hauling wet cement?
A dump truck. When I worked for the concrete company there in Erlanger, when we were redoing the 71, 75 there through Erlanger down to Covington.
Yeah.
They'll take it, they'll put it in a dump truck, and they'll back up to the conveyor belt, dump it on the conveyor belt, and then puts it there in front of the machine, and it warms it up.
Okay, because that's what it looked like. It looked like one of those, extra long dump truck kind of things is what the picture looked like.
I pretty well know what's happened then. Right beside the driver's seat in the dump truck, you got the switch for your PTO to engage your PTO pump to raise the bed. Then you got a switch for your drop axle, and you got a switch for the tailgate. He probably had his hand sitting down there or went to reach for something and bumped it and opened the tailgate. When the lights open the tailgate, put there up against the tailgate, dumps out.
Okay.
I've actually done that by accident with a load of sand. So, it happens.
Gotcha.
It's human error. And he probably didn't want to get in trouble or a ticket and took off. But if it wasn't a mixture, it had to be a dump truck for wet cement.
Uh-huh.
Rats who were fussing about the January 6th protest. About this going on. Because, they were trying to turn violent there, weren't they? Last night?
Oh, absolutely. trying to actually breach and get into the building. It sounds like blocked off access to all the entrances or whatever, the entrance or exits. So anyone in the building couldn't... Yeah, right?
Where's Nancy Pelosi and Schumer and all them clowns saying that we need to put them in jail, if you ask me if it's a legal protest, they need to all be in jail anyway, not just one. So they were there illegally. Kind of like when they crossed the southern border. It's illegal. Put them in jail. Or send them back. Whatever.
Yeah, the fact that they only had one arrest. Now, they did say protesters were using pepper spray on the police. I'm thinking maybe it was only one of them. Undoubtedly, that anybody that would be caught trying to pepper spray the actual law enforcement would be arrested for sure.
Right, that's what I would think. That blinds you for, if you hit them in the eye, that blinds you.
Oh, yeah.
That's the whole point of pepper spray. It's double standard. That's all it is, double standard for, as a Republican, we got to put them all in jail. It's somebody in Democrats, they're okay, they hurt nothing, even though they are. But, so what's your plans for this weekend?
Let me see. Any big plans? I don't know. We got to be getting ready for Turkey Day. That's all I know. Probably the princess will have us cleaning and making sure everybody's got the white glove treatment because we're having company. We got to clean it up like the streets of San Francisco for Xi Jinping's visit.
So she's getting the bullwhip out and getting you all up to speed.
Yep.
Have fun with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you're going to have a few beers there in your hand while you're cleaning, aren't you?
Well, undoubtedly, yeah, probably too many, which that'll piss her off too. But
you've never done that, have you?
No.
Have too many or piss her off? I think we've all done our spouses that way.
It's where you get to the point where, honey, right. I got to lay down. I got to take a nap. I'll finish up later, right? Been there, done that. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, we got 16th day of November. Let me see here. Going back in time, it was this date. In 1914, the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States officially opens. Federal Reserve. That was this date, 1973. Then U.S. President Richard Nixon signs the Trans-Alaska Pipeline Authorization Act into law, authorizing the construction of the Alaska Pipeline. Those were the days. All right, who else we got on board? John checked in a bit earlier. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Please be safe. 35 degrees here in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Everybody have a great weekend. Prayers for the families involved in that serious accident on I-70. Stay safe and hammer down. Big John with us there. And Vic on a Thursday morning. What do you say, Vic?
Well, I'm sitting here kind of curious why they came up with a rule that you couldn't scout other teams. Lord, that's been a time-honored tradition to go out and scout other sporting teams as far as I can remember. And I know whenever I was at Purdue during Bob Greasy's time and Coach Mollenkamp, and I knew some of the players on the football team. Actually, Room was one of them. And they were talking about whenever Purdue would get ready to play Notre Dame, that Coach Mollenkamp would almost go into, I don't know what you'd want to call it, spastic fits or whatever. And I remember one story they were telling about a plane flew over their practice field, and Mollenkamp was running around and said, get out the binoculars. Just have plane's train number, ID numbers, So I don't know where they came up with that rule. And sometimes some of these rules are what gets people in trouble. Mm-hmm. So I'm like with Carl there. I don't understand where they're coming from. And, of course, like you were mentioning with the racing thing, the old saying, if you ain't cheating, you ain't eating. And so that's, that kind of goes on. But, I'm not a fan of Harbaugh's or really Michigan's either. And, of course, at Ohio, the Big Ten, it always came down to the game between Ohio State and Michigan anyway. They used to call it the small 8, the little 8, and the Big 2. Now the Big 10, I don't know what they've morphed into. I don't follow that much anymore. But it was kind of curious. Another thing, too, is the other guy mentioned about the concrete trucks. I thought most of those would have some sort of lockout switches where you couldn't make a mistake. But I don't know how many people remember going into Morgantown, West Virginia. You had to stop at that brake check to go down the big hill. Then you went up another hill, and you went down another one. And one day, a concrete truck lost her brakes going down the smaller hill. And for some reason, rather than going in a median or whatever, he decided to exit off of this one ramp, and it was a steep ramp, and it went down, and there was, of course, a road going across the bottom, and he just literally flattened the car that was traveling in the smaller road after he exited. And everybody's wondering, why in the world would he try to exit down? I forget what the grade was, but it was a real steep exit. And it's like, why would he go as bad as the first hill was? Why would he even try to exit and go down through there? But he did. So strange things happen out there. And but anyway, to get back to what I called about Hamas and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden is a public person, and that whenever a public person goes to trial, they have a whole new set of rules. But frankly, Hunter Biden wanted to subpoena Trump and William Barr. I hope he's successful on that, because I'm curious what Barr really knew when everybody else was running around saying that it was Russian disinformation, the briefcase, and he wouldn't investigate it. So I'm wishing Hunter Biden success on that. But this deal with Hamas, they started out after the 73 war, where Egypt and all of them wanted to gather up and they were going to push Israel into the sea, and it didn't work out. And instead, Israel countered attack, and that's when they took the Sinai Peninsula and Gaza and everything else. And Hamas started as a charity, actually. And I wondered, how much money had been sent to them by different people as a charity, and then deducted it out off their taxes as a charity donation. But
I didn't realize they started as a charity. But yeah, we got to pause there, though. We hit the midnight hour coming up on the West Coast, so we'll get a news break. It is 844-3388 on a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from From the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Israel-Hamas war is now in its 40th day. The Israeli military has raided the Gaza Strip's main hospital and said it's a targeted operation against Hamas. The U.S. confirmed yesterday that Hamas uses hospitals and tunnels underneath them to hide and hold hostages. U.S. officials report that a drone, which an American warship intercepted, appears to have originated from Yemen. The USS Thomas Hudner engaged the drone, which was not its intended target. Reuters first reported the drone's downing. This marks the second interception by a U.S. Navy vessel in the area since the October attack of Hamas and Israel. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin has expressed openness to a presidential run.
The Democrat, who recently announced he won't seek re-election to the Senate, told NBC News that he may jump in the presidential race.
Every American should consider, if they're in a position to help save the country, I think we're on the wrong course. So I will do everything possible. Now, there's a lot of good people out there I hope I can motivate, and a lot of capable people, competent, that they've just given up. I said, don't give up. This is the best country in the world.
But he said his main goal is to unite the middle. When pressed, Manchin avoided specifying whether he would exclusively run as a third-party candidate. I'm John Schaefer.
Sephora has become the latest company to act against shoplifters nationwide. The company announcing that they'll be removing all perfumes and fragrances from their shelves. Instead, customers will have only sample bottles on display. And if they want to purchase something, they'll have to have an employee grab it from the back. Jimmy Kimmel is set to once again host the Oscars. Kimmel will host the 2024 ceremony, making his fourth time leading the award show. The 96 Oscars will be held on March 10th. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A magnitude 3.6 earthquake rattled northern Illinois and nearby states early this morning, prompting a 911 report about shaking homes. Quake centered about 0.6 of a mile south-southeast of Standard, Illinois, was felt in southeastern Iowa and northwest Indiana. According to Stack Data Strategies projections for a hypothetical 2024 presidential election, former President Donald Trump would defeat California Governor Gavin Newsom. The projections indicate Trump winning the Electoral College against Biden and Newsom performing even worse, losing 4 additional states to Trump. The New Hampshire presidential primary, traditionally the first in the nation, is scheduled for January 23, 2024, in defiance of President Biden and the Democratic National Committee's preference for South Carolina as the initial primary contest. New Hampshire Secretary of State David Scanlon contests the view that the granite state is out of touch.
Using racial diversity as a cudgel in an attempt to rearrange the presidential nominating calendar is an ugly precedent.
New Hampshire has maintained its first in the nation primary status for more than a century. A Missouri library is celebrating the return of the oldest ever overdue book. The St. Charles City County Library in St. Peter shared the news on Facebook. The Sandra Boynton book was checked out in 1993, highlighting their fine-free policy to encourage overdue returns. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to mypillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's mypillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. Hope your week's going well. 16th of November, we'll call it. You say we're blowing the lid off several different stories. Jesse Waters. They're kind of blowing open the narrative about the cocaine scandal at the White House. Newly released documents obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request, revealing the documents not only contradict earlier statements by the Secret Service, but also raise alarming questions about the integrity and transparency of the Biden administration. We'll give you the full story here, but long story short, they lied to us. No, say it can't be. Damn near everything we all had suspected from the very beginning. That's number one. Number two, let's take you back to the January 6th investigation. Questions that so many of us have been asking over and over. Did we have FBI plants and informants on the ground? Outside the Capitol, inside the Capitol? Representative Clay Higgins was trying to get to the bottom of it with the FBI director. In testimony this past day, they pretty much shut him down. But he said what he was able to get to, he pointed out, and he stated, I have all the evidence. What I'm showing you is the tip of the iceberg. That's where they shut him down. They say, uh-oh, got to stop this guy. Yeah, what did he have to show to FBI Director Wray? We'll get to all that coming up here momentarily. First, let me get back to Vic. All right, Vic, thanks for hanging in there. Crazy times.
Yeah, well, cocaine is actually used to treat severe sinusitis, and FDR had a prescription for that. But so I'm surprised they didn't find a doctor someplace and say that cocaine was pharmaceutical grade.
Oh boy!
Because most of the people, it has to be pharmaceutical grade, and I doubt if you can find very many. If you can find much out there that's pharmaceutical grade, it's probably been cut. You know how the drug dealers do that. So anyway, and the other thing too, back on the football thing, Purdue fired a football coach one time and only lost 2 games the whole season. He lost to Notre Dame and IU, and that's how seriously they took that. That used to be the 2 big games was Notre Dame and IU, and you're talking about coaches getting fired. kind of depends on the school too. But back to what I was talking about with Hamas. Basically, when everybody, the other Arab nations, lost in the 1973 war, that's when the oil embargoes and all that started, and Israel took over the Gaza Strip and all the other territory, the Sinai Peninsula. The Hamas got started as a charity and wanted Israel to give all the land back, and everything just kind of progressed from there. And so now, currently, at what they're looking at over there is they're talking about how that they don't have any water and all this humanitarian stuff. Well, one of the reasons was that they had steel pipes, and Hamas decided to use them to make mortars to fire, basically to fire rockets into Israel and everything. So one of the things that when they go back in there to put in the water supply, there are new plastics that are coming along and everything that I think most countries are now using, and they don't corrode as much or anything. And I'll kind of ask you a question here. Is Chris still around with Hot Shot Secret and this Gold Eagle product, or is that whole research thing kind of went by the wayside? Or do you know?
Oh,
Steve?
they still do all kind of research developments, and since he's kind of moved on, he's turned over everything to the Gold Eagle, but he's pretty much still working full time on the Tire Hog technology, the tire thing.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask it, when they went to the biofuels and especially the biodiesel, they were having all kinds of problems with it gelling up and everything. And now they're trying to get what they call sustainable aviation fuel, but it's basically the bio products and the ethanol products. And of course, most of the jets run on JP4, just kind of like another variant of the diesel, I guess you could say, or high grade kerosene. But the FAA won't approve that use in aircraft, and so there's kind of a little confusion going on there because I think some foreign countries have approved it, but they can't fly into the United States because the FAA won't approve it. And there were a lot of people within the agricultural industry that were getting all excited that there could be a lot of soybean oil used in the sustainable aviation fuel, which if they do go to that, it would be quite it would use an awful lot. But anyway, that's got some hurdles to cross, and I think the military was doing some research on it, but I don't know how that's going either. But anyway, back to this whole deal with Hamas and Israel. Hamas long ago quit being a charity because they were supposed to be there to help the Palestinian people to basically, what I want to say here, not integrate, but assimilate into the Italian, the Israeli situation. And instead they started attacking Israel rather than helping assimilate. And
at the same time, as I shared last evening, that, Israel was doing their best to try to let them assimilate. They had 17,000 Palestinians that had workers' permits to actually come into Israel territory for their jobs and work. And turns out they're the ones that ended up doing all the reconnaissance and everything to help Hamas carry out their attack.
Right. And the other part of that story is that the other Arab countries don't want the Palestinians coming into their country, which is kind of seems kind of strange. There's a confusion going on now between Egypt accepting some of the Palestinian people because they're afraid that Hamas will be in that. So the whole deal is that, quite frankly, Israel is going to have to correct the situation, and the United States is just going to have to come out and say, look, this is where Hamas started, this is where they are today, this is what they've done, and we're going to everything's going to basically have to go back and start from square one from the day that Israel took all that land. And Israel has actually gave back the Sinai Peninsula. I forget what year it was, and they were supposed to have peace there, and I think they gave it back to Egypt. So, I mean, I don't know, number one, the diplomacy in the United States has been severely lacking long before Biden came along. And somewhere along the line, it's kind of like General MacArthur said years ago, war is not the best solution, but by the time the politicians and the diplomats get done, that's the only solution left to the soldier. So, you know, when they get themselves in such a bind and they can't figure out what to go, it's like, well, we'll just go to war. We don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to go to war. And that's why we've been involved in all these endless wars over all the years. But by and large, the whole Hamas thing is a long way from a charity, and it's Iranian-funded militia for all practical purposes. And I've seen Biden just gave another $10 billion to Iran today by removing some sanction or something. So, like I said, we don't have anything, that I would call focus. And the other thing I would say is we need to talk to Israel about these tunnels and their technology and how they detected them, because supposedly they knew they were building them so we can stop the ones coming underground on our southern border, because we have a lot of tunnel rats over here within the
absolutely. If they can't get over the fence, they go under the fence, right? That's been going for years. Absolutely. Two-time world champion, something or other. What are you doing there, Lauren Weiss?
How are you, Steve?
Good. Back on the road, I see.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we were down in Amarillo last week helping out with the World Working Ranch Cowboy Association Ranch Rodeo Finals that they hold down there every year. It's the 28th annual, and so that was a good time. But you were asking about where I came up with the 2X moniker, and my company has a system here where you can get basically awarded for efficiency and income and things like that. And I've twice made in the mid six figures for income and operated my truck at the most efficient manner. And I've done it more than anybody in the last 10 years. So I just figured that'd be my championships, and I made my little moniker up there.
Yeah.
Trying to find somebody that could make me a cool looking 2X moniker. I'm going to have a Molly's Custom Silver in California is committed to making me a buckle when the time comes up. So, it kind of, I tell people that I'm a legend in my own mind, which in its own right isn't too bad, but you got to realize when you say that, you got to take responsibility for everything. You can't blame nothing on anybody, but, so that's where that comes from. It's just something I kind of have fun with, and I'm going to get some logos made up, and I just like the sound of that two-time world champion bull hauler.
Okay.
It gives you something to strive for.
I was thinking maybe, I was just curious if it had anything. I knew you were all tied up in the rodeo stuff. I thought you might have been a champion of something in the rodeo. I just didn't know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm a champion in my hot blonde wife, I guess, because we've had 8 kids, and so at one time I was a champion to her. But
there you go.
No, I actually way back in 1983, I went to Northeastern Junior College in Sterling, and I was trying to get a rodeo scholarship, and I actually got stepped on by a horse, and I got a cut in my back, and I developed a bone disease called osteomyelitis that I've had 7 back operations because of it. So I never really got to pursue that past doing it in high school,
Mm-hmm.
So and I've collected buckles over the years. I collect all the Cheyenne Frontier Day buckles and that's stuff you buy, but you don't win them, But I figured since I've been the top driver to 2 times in the last 10 years of this company, I just figured throw that in with the legend in your own mind aspect, and you got a world championship right there.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that explains it then. And I guess that explains why when I asked Monkey Goucher, he said, I have no idea.
Well, I'm always, it's interesting because if you watch those things and you go back over the years, it's always the famous people that are coming up to me and wanting to hang out with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just what it is, but anyway, I have fun with it. Some people don't like it and it makes them mad, but that's okay because I'm all right with it. And that's what's important in life,
Absolutely.
So, I'll give you the shirt off my back and a smile and a pat and a lot of encouragement, So, but that's where that comes from. It's when you do the unimaginable and the impossible and make everything happen and make everybody happy, you got to dub yourself something,
That makes sense to me.
You get kicked enough in the rear end in this business too, so. That's where I come up with it.
So you got a load of 89 headed somewhere tonight at a high rate of speed.
No, I just unloaded them. They didn't have no lights or nothing on it. They're shooting. It was a dark deal, so it was a little bit of a frustrating experience. But I always use F-bomb therapy when you do that, and it usually works pretty good. And they'll come off eventually after you screamed enough F-bombs in the air.
That's great. All right. Well, hey, Lauren Weiss, great to hear from you. Thanks for being a listener.
Yes, sir, Steve. I appreciate your show. I go clear back with your dad way back. I've been out here 32 years doing this, and we like having you guys out here at night to keep us entertained, man.
All right. Hopefully we can keep that going for a few more years. What do you say? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now looking at lines available at 844-844-3388. Take you back to the cocaine scandal. Can you believe they would lie to us? Refresh your memory. Initially, the story unfolded when a bag of cocaine was discovered in the library of the White House, a location where the first family resides. The initial finding then later changed to various other locations, including outside the Situation Room, then to a cubby in an area with high foot traffic. Remember? Yeah, the constant shifting of the discovery site led to a lot of confusion, a lot of suspicion, especially considering the presence of Hunter Biden at the White House. Jesse Waters pointed out the inconsistency in the Secret Service's narrative, saying, how do you mistake the library for the Situation Room? And then the Situation Room for the Cubbies. Further complicating the investigation, the substance initially tested positive for various substances, including opioids, amphetamines, and cocaine, before being conclusively identified as cocaine. This inconsistency in testing created more skepticism and led to further questions about the handling of the case. But the most damaging revelation dismantles the Secret Service claim that no DNA was found on the cocaine baggie. Well, in the documents, again, obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request, there is reportedly proof that DNA was discovered and preserved. They did find DNA on the baggie. It was processed and moved to an evidence vault for preservation. This flip-flop by the Secret Service sparking outrage and accusations of a cover-up. So, the Secret Service lied? And so did the White House. Dan Bongino had been saying this literally days after this first began to unfold. In a conversation with James Fitzgerald, a retired FBI criminal profiler, they delved a bit deeper into the implications of these findings now. Fitzgerald expressed his bewilderment at the investigation's complexity, stated, it seems like obfuscation in the prime operating word here. Obfuscation. Say that 3 times. Obfuscation. Confuse everyone as much as possible. Now, the preservation of DNA evidence, despite the destruction of the cocaine bag, that points to a potential insurance policy for future developments in this case. This, plus the White House's evasion of detailed comments on the matter, has led to a cloud of suspicion hanging over Biden and his administration. Now, he asked, does it seem to you that they found it on the floor of the library? Because that's what it sounds like to me. They found it on the floor of the library, then they moved it all around, and it wound up in a cubby where there was no camera and 500 suspects. Isn't that what it is? It's a cover-up. The White House's response, or lack thereof, to the scandal was consistently met with criticism. Karine Jean-Pierre said, just dismissed it. Shameful. Those that wanted some transparency, not happy the way she... Photos of the cocaine discovered in the locker at the White House, released earlier this week for the first time, also obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request by the Daily Mail, showing the bag of white powder found in a cubbyhole near the White House West Executive entrance. Now, of course, it was initially made public following an evacuation of the White House grounds due to the discovery of what was at the time an unknown white substance in the complex. We'll get a news break and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Surely they wouldn't lie to us.
USA News Update. President Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping met in Northern California. The high-stakes discussions in San Francisco region coincide with ongoing conflicts around the world.
We also have a responsibility to our people and the world to work together when we see it in our interest to do so.
Not happy with the presidential field?
Over half of American voters want additional candidates in the 2024 presidential race, with 52% expressing the preference, including 72% of independents and 58% of Democrats. That's according to a new Quinnipiac poll. However, 67% of Republicans are content with the existing candidate pool.
The U.S. Postal Service is facing a deficit of $6.5 billion this year. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy attributes the shortfall to increased operational costs due to inflation and soaring printing prices. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I got a question. How do you find DNA evidence preserve it, put it in where'd they put it? In the evidence vault, and be able to come out and say, we did not find any DNA evidence. So it's actually existing somewhere. Where the hell is it, Pappy?
Sounds like somebody didn't want it to be found. Oops, I don't know where I put that, boss. I don't know, Steve. Listen, man. Stinks to high heaven. That's for damn sure. You know, it's bad enough the FBI we can't trust. Is the Secret Service going to go down this road too?
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me? I mean, Steve, these people are responsible for protecting the President of the United States, the most powerfulest, supposedly the most powerfulest man in the world. I'm not talking about, the guys you see standing around the President. These are good dudes. But the hierarchy up in the Secret Service, what the heck, man? Same way with the FBI, the boots on the ground. Steve, I know, I don't want to say many of them, but I've worked with a few. These are good guys, man. I've been in that building up there off of where you used to work.
Well, I mean, and in the days when this was first unfolding, in the first week or so, Dan Bongino was saying he is a former Secret Service. He knows, and he still has ties to active. And he said they did find DNA evidence, and they know whose it is.
Steve, listen, I'm telling you, we've talked about this, remember, in length when this story first broke. And I told you, I said, man, I'm telling you, they got fingerprints.
Yep.
I'm telling you, they do. Not just DNA. Everybody that works inside that White House, Steve, they got fingerprints on file. Trust me on that. Everybody. If not DNA samples. And once we found out that was a plastic, did you see the photos? Bongino showed the photos.
Yeah, just the little looks like a dime bag kind of thing in the cubby hole. If that's really where it was found, though, is that really where it was?
No, Steve, it was in a locker. A locker marked number 50. Steve. Listen, man, this is the White House going into the Situation Room there. Bongino said you have Secret Service, uniformed Secret Service, within feet of these lockers. They know who them lockers are assigned to or who they gave a key to. Your average Joe walking around in that area don't get a locker number and a key given to them. The Secret Service standing there with a clipboard. Key number 50 given to so-and-so. Key number 50 returned
by so-and-so.
Come on, Steve. By so-and-so. And that was a plastic bag. You remember when we talked about fingerprints? You have to have so many points on a fingerprint. You got swirls, deltas, all these things on a fingerprint. That you have to have so many points to make it submissible in court. Okay? We lift fingerprints all the time when we know for a fact that this fingerprint belongs to a certain person. but because the courts want, not arguing this point, a higher standard of proof, right, to be able to submit it as evidence. So if they got a partial print off that baggie, Steve, I'm telling you, they know it belongs to me. And they were talking about this on Bongino's show. If you take a fingerprint to the FBI, Steve, they could tell you, especially if that fingerprint is like on file with somebody, they would know within an hour. Less than that. Steve, when I walked a prisoner, right, when we would take prisoners down to the Justice Center, they open one slider, you walk into a secure area. Before they open the other slider, where you actually enter the jail, where they search you. So you walk in, you walk over to the DEA there. They got a fingerprint machine. You put your thumb on it. It's all electronic now. There's no more, rolling out the
ink and all that, right?
Putting your fingers on it.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no more of that. They got a thumbprint right there. They want to make sure who you're bringing in is who they say they are. They put their thumbprint on that electronic fingerprint, Steve, within 30 seconds. I'm telling you. Boom. Pops up. If they've been arrested, it will pop up within 30 seconds. Now, if you're going to search into NCIC, usually in RCIC, Steve, they'll come back like ASAP. RCIC is a regional information crime system, right? NCIC is the national. So if you got somebody from, I don't know, Las Vegas that comes into Cincinnati, no record in Ohio, no record really in the Midwest, right? But they got history out in California or Las Vegas or whatever, and you fingerprint them, it might take a little longer because you're searching, that computer searching more files. Follow me? But within an hour, Steve, I'm telling you, within an hour, you're going to know who this person is. We take people down all the time where you fingerprint them at first and it's not coming back in RCIC real quick. We take them, we stick them in a cell, wait for the DEO agents to do their thing, and within an hour, I'm telling you, man, they'll come out, yeah, it is who it is, or hey, guess what? It's not who he is. This guy's got felony warrants out of Mexico or something. So, I mean, I'm going on a big long rant here about something so easy and silly that I'm telling you, they know who it is. The way Bongino was talking, some of the inside scoop, so to speak, he's getting, and if anybody could get it, I would think it'd be him, that it was dropped off for a family member, Steve.
Okay.
And you got this press secretary claiming that the Bidens weren't even in.
They weren't there that day. She's saying they weren't there Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, I think she said. Yeah.
Yeah. So Steve, and here's another good point. If you're walking into the White House and you forget that you got this little dime bag of Coke on you, why would you try to hide it somewhere? I mean, think about it. Why would you leave that evidence behind? Why wouldn't you just, man, I hope I don't get caught with it, and go about your business if you got in there with it, you're probably going to be able to get out with it a lot easier.
Well, and the irony that it comes back from a place where there is, I mean, there's no cameras to, I mean, that's why I'm not buying it. They know who it is, and they just want to make it look like there were no cameras. They've got video somewhere of who did it.
Bongino said, and Steve, just think of this. This is the White House. The White House. There's cameras all over that place, man. And Bongino's been in this exact area where we're talking about. He's sitting there telling everybody there's cameras there on these lockers. What if there? Who knows what somebody could put in these lockers, Steve?
Well, yeah, I mean,
right?
It
could be just at our police station, Steve.
Yeah.
Just at our district, we got cameras on all kinds of things. But it makes sense if somebody's putting in a locker if the family member, and he doesn't even think it's Hunter. And I think I mentioned that maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have a granddaughter or a daughter or somebody? I don't know her name. Supposedly having some issues. So they're not in the White House. Make a phone call. Hey, when you get back, it's in locker 50. That's where I left it for you, honey.
Yeah.
Anyway, Steve, hey, let me give you some numbers. I don't know if you've seen this. The amount of fentanyl coming across the border. In 2021, ready for these numbers? In 2021, 11,200 pounds of fentanyl is what the border agents seized coming across the border.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what they seized. And to think that a tablespoon of this stuff, Steve, a tablespoon is enough to kill tens of maybe 100 or 2 people. A tablespoon would kill probably upwards of 100 people. We hear these stories all the time, excuse me, where the border agent sees so many pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill 1 million people.
Mm-hmm.
2022, 1920, or 2022, 19, Jesus, it's late. They seized 14,700 pounds. So you're looking at an additional 3,000 pounds in 2022. Steve, here's the reason I'm bringing it up. This is a shocker. In 2023, the year's not over with. 27,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the border.
So that's how much they've caught. Yet all these addicts that are in the streets of Kensington and people all over the country and, big town, small town USA that are overdosing every day, many of them being brought back. But the Narcan, there's enough getting into supply. The supply and demand is still there.
That's more than double the amount in 2021. Now, to be fair, does that mean that the border agents are just doing a better job of finding this stuff? Could be. Kudos to them if so.
Yep.
But that means back in 2021, there might have been the same amount coming in. Numbers are just staggering, man. Did you hear this? Since October 7th, the day these demons attacked Israel, killed women and children, took hostages, including American hostages. Steve, there's been 57 attacks on U.S. military forces.
Correct.
In Syria and Iraq. 57. What the hell? 21 in Syria and 36 in Iraq. Did you hear about the homeless guy that stopped a robbery? There was or not the homeless guy that stopped. There was a homeless guy in New York City. I can't remember if I brought this up or not. Was robbing some lady in the subway. There was a passerby, or a male, was carrying a revolver, pulled it out, fired a round down the track of the subway,
and they're
poured it off the robber. Next day, they arrested the homeless guy. I think his bond was $1,000, and they also arrested the guy for firing off a round. And his bond, I think, was $10,000. Steve, I get it. Listen, man. You start pulling out guns and pulling the trigger and got rounds going down the range. Listen, I get it. Dangerous. You never know where that round can be. Where it can go. You're responsible for it. Bad guys don't care, right? They could care less where that bullet goes after they pull the trigger. But here's the reason I'm bringing it up, Steve. The lady that he saved from this robber is not very thankful.
Really?
Not very thankful that this guy kind of helped her out there. Can't make this up, Steve. Man. Hey, did you hear Disney is handing out pronoun pins to put on their janitors?
Can you believe that? I had that story. Pronoun pins, and they start with. I guess they're starting with the janitors. They say anonymous employees said that the janitors could fill out a form and scan a QR code to have their preferred pronouns added to their name tag. Hi, everybody. We're excited to introduce pronoun name tags to our area, according to the forum. After the employee said that, I guess it's going to roll it out to the rest of the staff in the park staff departments. So that's nuts. I mean,
Steve,
haven't they learned from the go woke, go broke?
Listen, man, I say this with all kidding aside. Philip, come on, man. You got to call in and tell us what your pronouns are. Just kidding, Steve. Come on, we love Philip. We love him, man.
Yeah. And obviously, he will have no comment on that measure whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be filling out that request, Steve. Hey, did you hear this? There's a high-ranking, if you want to call him that, a wrong choice of words, Black Lives Matter individual came out and supported Trump, Steve.
Really?
I'll see if I can find a clip and email it to you. Steve, I'll tell you what. Things might be looking pretty nice, pretty good for us here. Some of these polls coming out. There's this Spanish news network, Univision.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently very, very popular in the Spanish community, is now coming out in support of Donald J. Trump.
And the Democrats are panicking.
Steve, they are wetting their diapers. It looks like the African-American vote, the black vote, Steve.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. Bongino was talking. He knows numbers. He ran for Congress twice and lost, which he is thankful for. He just wrote a book that just came out. Success from Failures, I think is the name of it. I don't know. But you know, when a failure can actually turn into success, and he's thankful, man, that he never won, right? That's why he quit the Secret Service. He was fed up, Steve, with who he was around, you know, all these government officials, just fed up. They're morons, imbeciles. And he said, you know, in the news media that follows the president around, you know, that gets on Air Force One with him, he had to deal with these people. He said, man, they are complete buffoons. So he thought he'd try to, you know, change the world and run for Congress and try to do the right thing. Never got elected. But as it turned out, it worked out for the best for him.
Yeah.
But he was saying if we get if the Republicans get 15% of the African American votes, that the Democrats are done through. And there's some polls out there saying that percentage is higher. Whether they're true or not, but anyway, so let's don't give up hope, man. You know, never give up hope. We'll see what happens come November of next year. I know I told you this on the air, Steve. If we lose the White House, don't keep the House, and Dems keep the Senate. If they get everything,
toast. White
House, Senate, and the House, we're done. We're done. I don't think there will be no changing things, because they're going to have their claws in them so deep. I mean, we just look at it now. Just look at it right now, how the police state is really taking over.
Well, and then the FCC voting yesterday. Yeah. I mean, these new internet rules, the government's now going to have complete control. And the FCC commissioner said this is not about discrimination or preventing discrimination. He said it is about control.
Yes, sir. Nikki Haley, I think, came out saying that she wants these social media companies, instead of using other names, like I go under David Pappy Paul, right? I mean, obviously, it's not my real full name, because I'm
She wants all the anonymouses to be revealed. Who are all these anonymouses?
Yes.
Right? Yep.
So the way they will use that, right? If you start making posts in support of Trump or whatever, they can specifically target all conservatives now, and they know who you are.
Hey, and right there, I got to get to my news break. I'll be back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping met in Northern California. The high-stakes discussions in San Francisco region coincide with ongoing conflicts around the world.
We also have a responsibility to our people and the world to work together when we see it in our interest to do so.
This marks the first face-to-face encounter between the two leaders in a year. The anticipated outcome of the meeting is an agreement wherein Beijing commits to taking stringent measures to control the manufacturing and export of fentanyl. Not happy with the presidential field?
Over half of American voters want additional candidates in the 2024 presidential race, with 52% expressing the preference, including 72% of independents and 58% of Democrats. That's according to a new Quinnipiac poll. However, 67% of Republicans are content with the existing candidate pool, featuring frontrunners Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, and Nikki Haley. In a hypothetical matchup between Donald Trump and President Joe Biden, Trump leads with 48% support compared to Biden's 46%. The economy remains a primary concern for voters, closely followed by the preservation of democracy. I'm John Schaefer.
A magnitude 3.6 earthquake rattled northern Illinois and nearby states early this morning, prompting 911 reports about shaking homes. Quake centered about 0.6 of a mile south-southeast of Standard, Illinois. It was felt by residents in southern Wisconsin, southeastern Iowa, and northwest Indiana. The trembler occurred about 2.9 miles below the Earth's surface. The U.S. Postal Service is facing a deficit of $6.5 billion this year. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy attributes the shortfall to increased operational costs due to inflation and soaring printing prices. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Tennessee Republican Tim Burchett expressed sympathy for former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, alleging that McCarthy elbowed him in the back.
It's a clean shot to the kidneys. You just don't expect a guy who was at one time 3 steps away from the White House to hit you with a sucker punch in the hallway.
In a CNN interview, Burchett characterized the incident as a sad commentary on McCarthy's life, and McCarthy has denied ever touching him. Target CEO Brian Cornell mentioned on the retailer's third quarter earnings call that customers appreciate the decision to secure certain merchandise in stores. Cornell noted a positive response from shoppers regarding the practice of locking up items like toothpaste and deodorant. Target recently closed 9 stores in New York City, California's Bay Area, Seattle, and Portland, citing concerns about violence and theft. A Wisconsin jury has found a woman guilty of poisoning a woman with eye drops.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Jesse R. Kershevsky,
Guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Jesse Kershesky stole money from Lynn Hernan and later killed her to cover up the fraud. Initially denying involvement, Kershesky later claimed that Hernan wanted to die, alleging she gave her a bottle of eye drops to drink. Despite insisting that her friend killed herself, Kershesky is facing a mandatory life sentence after the verdict was read, prompting her emotional reaction in court. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science. Here we go. One more time around on a Thursday, a.k.a. Friday Eve. Hello, Steve. Columbus, Ohio checks in. It's a chilly 31 this morning in central Ohio. Cars defrosted. And we'll head into town for one last route to close out the week. Looking forward to a few days of R&R. Check out some of the sights in the hills. Everybody enjoy the day, the weekend. We'll catch up again next Monday. All right, then Pappy brought up, and I had not caught the whole thing about Univision, but yeah, very popular, Latino news outlet. And this is all a part of the polling numbers. Again, how much confidence, trust can you have in polls these days? It seems not a whole lot. But more and more showing Latino voters, which, by the way, in the 2020 election, of all the, what do they call them? Yeah, you had 90% of the black voters voted for Biden. 64% of Asian America voters voted for Biden. It was only 59% of Hispanic voters, and they're talking Trump may take another 10, 15% of the Hispanic vote. More and more, it looks like Trump could very well take, rather than 90% of the blacks voting for Biden, could very well be 20, 25% vote for Trump. Now, again, it's all speculative. There's a whole year yet to go. But as far as interesting here from Arizona Central, their headline says, "Are Latinos the new Italians? Has the Latino American vote become as imperceptible as the Italian American, the German American, or French American vote?" We should sound as foolish tracking Latin American voting trends as we would tracking British American voting trends. There's no such thing as the Latino vote. So declared a March of 2022 headline in Atlantic Monthly. Why can't America see that? Well, America is starting to see it with each election cycle. More and more Latinos are going MAGA.
and unabashedly so. An October New York Times Siena poll shows if the election were held today, 50% of Latinos in battleground states would vote for Biden, 42% would vote for Trump. That's not a dependable voting bloc. That's an electorate in play. Hispanic spending power is growing exponentially in Arizona. That's Italian and British and French and Polish and Catholic and middle class and working class America. Well, this week, jaws are dropping among those unaccustomed to Latinos voting reliable Democrat. America's most influential Spanish-language network, Univision, has cozied up to Donald Trump in a big way, according to the Washington Post. Not only did the network do an hour-long interview with Trump at Mar-a-Lago that was notable for its gracious tone, but 2 days later, Univision ad representatives informed the Biden campaign that pro-Biden ads were already purchased to air with that Trump interview in Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Florida were canceled. Network officials said, we have a policy, formally undisclosed, against running opposition ads in single candidate interviews. Now, that would mean if they do a hour-long interview with Joe Biden and Trump campaign tried to buy ads during that interview, it would be reciprocal. Could not run them, but Democrats are going bonkers. What the hell's going on with Univision? According to the left-wing co-host of ABC's The View, Maria Cardona, political consultant, member of the Democrat National Committee, answered that question to the Post. She says the new Univision ownership is essentially co-opting and kidnapping the soul and the mission of what Univision has been up to now. They're serving it up on a silver platter to Donald Trump. It's going to mask the pernicious, dangerous politics that Trump's going to implement if he becomes president again. Democrats are stunned, reported the Post. Not since 2004, when former President George W. Bush outperformed expectations among Latino voters, has the Spanish-speaking population been so up for grabs in a presidential contest. Democrats now fear they're losing their access to a network that has been instrumental in past elections in aggressively reporting on Trump's immigration policies and their efforts and their effects on Latino viewers. This month, CNN interviewed some half-dozen Latino voters who told the network they now believe the Trump years were better for them economically. Latinos can really say, when Trump was the president, we didn't have high gas. We didn't have this inflation. Latinos are up for grabs for both parties, according to another Georgia voter, Andre Parra. There's a lot of broken promises and frustration. Now, Trump has talked in sinister tones about undocumented migrants poisoning the blood of our country. Of course, he used to talk about building the wall, make Mexico pay for it. I got to be careful out there, but again, that was from Arizona Central, where, again, the Latino population is becoming, obviously, with the continued immigration, more and more powerful. Let's see. Who was the other front runner for Republican primaries? Hosting executives from Univision last week, which merged with the Mexican media company Grupo Televisa back in 2021. They, again, last week in Mar-a-Lago, had an interview with them hour-long. It is 844-844-3388. Interesting times, is it not? What do you say, 5-7?
I'm sorry, I just had to call back. You talk about the criminals in the White House, Secret Service, hiding evidence, doing all this stuff that if the average person did it, they'd be jail time. I mean, contributing to a crime, but nothing new. Lieutenant Byrd shot and killed Ashley Babbitt. By the way, the woman standing unarmed next to several other law enforcement, fully armed, with the battle gear. And I still see that one bent down checking Ashley Babbitt for the shot, stands up and puts his weapon towards the door. Well, meanwhile, Byrd is, what trial? We don't know anything. He gets away with it. Not only that, he has been awarded. He got an award for this. And when questioned, McCarthy says he was just doing his job. That just tells you what kind of a rhino McCarthy was. He's sweet-talking the Republicans and then stabbing them in the back. And that's what we got. But I also want to throw this little thing we were talking about affecting elections. There's a black woman running for office in Georgia, and she was a prisoner, and she was let out under Donald J. Trump. And she, not only that, when she did an interview with Trump, found out that when she was pregnant, she was chained to the bed when she gave birth, and a prison guard was right there, no privacy. And he made it so it'd be illegal to do that. So a woman could not be chained to the bed while she's giving birth. So I keep seeing this great big huge motorcade. This man's not a president anymore. But how many motorcycles, police cars? This was a presidential motorcade that come down to the courthouse in Georgia, and they went through the poor neighborhoods, the black neighborhoods, if you want to call it that, and they were jumping up and down for joy for this man. So there's a change of attitude, and I want to just before I step off, Tim Scott. I get on, I complain about him a lot, but he got on The View, and there's a clip of him, and Sonny Houston used that word, systemic racism in America. Tim Scott started naming names about successful blacks in America that wasn't helped by white people. And it just went from Barack Obama, and he kept going down. I mean, our generals, judges, and they kept trying to overtalk him, and he kept going until they had to go to a break. He needs to stay where he's at, and he needs to get more aggressive on his policies so we know where he's coming from. But my goodness, he did a good job on the View. So, hey, listen, there's still a lawsuit on Whoopi? It's one thing to go up there and start trashing people in politics, but when they start calling people racist and ruining their careers, when people in private industry, hey, good for them, So maybe this thing might turn and swing the other way, but hopefully it won't go so far where we end up being the bad guys too. So I've just kept my mouth shut over this last what they did in the House. What we did see is there's a lot of people that voted to allow Mayorkas, to get away with what he did. But he done and took responsibility for and this drug we're talking about, is it not the same drug that law enforcement's worried about when they maybe get a dollar bill, where they put that stuff in a dollar bill?
Absolutely.
How hard would it be to make a little Christmas package size package, leave it in a train station, bus station, and have it in a minor boom, a firecracker, blow it up, and it's full of that stuff. So you got fentanyl all over the bus and covered all these people. Man, this is serious stuff we got going on. And I think that might be one of the tools coming in. So, other than that, like I said, the criminals in the White House, man, we're seeing who they are. We've got a lot of work to do. I don't know. We do have a court, and it seems to be conservative. So that might be our last straw or last ability to fight some of this stuff if it goes that far south. See, living in the South, I hate to use that term, but that's the way it is.
Yes, sir.
Other than that, there's no chain. Hey, guys, there's no chain laws down here in South Carolina. Come on down and enjoy yourself.
There you
Over
go.
and out.
What's that last forecast for your winter months? How many feet of snow are you expecting? Was that 0? That's what I thought. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And then there was what became a rather contentious exchange between the FBI Director, Christopher Wray, and Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana yesterday. To which Higgins was, I guess you'd say, shut down as he was pressing the FBI director on purported evidence of what they're calling ghost buses filled with federal operatives before the January 6th storming of the Capitol. These buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters and deployed onto our Capitol on January the 6th. That's what Higgins said in his closing of his 5-minute questioning. He ultimately said, "Your day is coming, Mr. Wray." Democrats tried to shut Higgins' line of questioning down that turned a bit contentious. Higgins asking Wray if the FBI had operatives embedded in the crowd on January the 6th. His question was, quote, "Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded within the crowd on January 6th? Of course, he never directly answers the question. Instead of a direct answer, Wray deflected to suggest Higgins was asking whether the FBI was stoking violence. Now, that's not what Higgins asked. He did not even allude to that. If you're asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and or agents, the answer is emphatically not, Wray shoots back. So you're saying no, Higgins asked again. No, Wray said. And he says, do you know what a ghost vehicle is, Director? You're the director of the FBI. You certainly should. Do you know what a ghost bus is? A ghost bus? Says Wray. I'm not sure I've ever used that term before. Higgins is a former military police corps staff sergeant in the Louisiana National Guard. He said ghost buses are common in law enforcement. It's a vehicle that is used for secret purposes. It's painted over. These two buses, he's got a picture, these two buses right in the middle here, they were the first to arrive at Union Station on January the 6th. At which point he said, I have all the evidence. What I'm showing you is the tip of the iceberg. That's when a Democrat at the hearing sought to stop Higgins' questioning, and the chairman forced him to yield. The chair did permit Higgins to briefly close with that nefarious in nature remark, which was, your day is coming, Mr. Ray. But when it got to that point, I have all the evidence. What I'm showing you is the tip of the iceberg. It's like we've got an investigation into the January 6th investigation. Where does it end? Okay, clear lines at 844-3388. The price you may pay for doing drugs or drinking alcohol when driving a truck. A Texas trucker sentenced this past day for his role in the death of an officer in Texas, Loudoun County. The sheriff was struck while he was trying to clear a ladder from the roadway last year. 43-year-old Houston resident Christopher Savannah was sentenced to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to felony vehicular homicide by intoxication and felony reckless endangerment about 8 o'clock February 3rd of last year. It was Loudoun County Sheriff Office K-9 Sergeant Chris Jenkins killed while responding to a report of debris in the roadway in Loudoun County, Tennessee. Jenkins was attempting to remove this ladder from I-75 at the 74-mile marker when he was struck by the semi driven by Savannah, died from his injuries a short time later. Savannah, instead of coming to a stop like surrounding traffic, plowed his 78,000-pound rig into at least two vehicles in front of him, causing one of those to hit another, and the truck continued through the cars, striking Jenkins as he was exiting his cruiser, causing his immediate death. According to the district attorney, Savannah admitted to smoking marijuana before and while driving his rig, was determined at the scene through standardized field sobriety test and later by testing of a sample of his blood to have been under the influence of marijuana when he failed to stop his rig during what was a rolling roadblock being conducted by Sergeant Jenkins, so Jenkins could stop and remove an extension ladder from the middle of northbound interstate lanes. Now, the driver of the pickup that lost the ladder on the interstate was charged and convicted on 3 counts of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. When all was said and done, though, when arresting the truck driver, the Highway Patrol actually used the handcuffs that belonged to Sergeant Jenkins to arrest Savannah last year. But, yeah, the price you pay. Now, he'll be thinking about that for, what? The next 10 years. It's not worth it. Our number, 844-844-3388. So Joe Manchin saying yesterday he would absolutely consider running for president, adding that he's scared to death that former President Trump could win next year. I'll do anything I can to help my country, he says. Does that mean you'd consider it, running for president? To which he said, absolutely. Every American should consider it if they're in a position to help save the country. Now, he said he won't decide on a presidential run until he's gauged the voters' interest in a moderate candidate. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure to mobilize that moderate, sensible, common sense middle. He looks to reinvigorate the moderates. So he'd be running on that. I think it's the no labels ticket is the one he was talking about running on. News break here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping met in Northern California. The high-stakes discussions in San Francisco region coincide with ongoing conflicts around the world.
We also have a responsibility to our people and the world to work together when we see it in our interest to do so.
Not happy with the presidential field?
Over half of American voters want additional candidates in the 2024 presidential race, with 52% expressing the preference, including 72% of independents and 58% of Democrats. That's according to a new Quinnipiac poll. However, 67% of Republicans are content with the existing candidate pool.
The U.S. Postal Service is facing a deficit of $6.5 billion this year. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy attributes the shortfall to increased operational costs due to inflation and soaring printing prices. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A Mopar man from Minnesota outlasts a champion Dodge with his Outlaw Chevy. After a season-long tug-of-war, a 4x4 diesel 4Runner has become its frontrunner. This as the pulling world mostly enters hibernation, except for the bright lights of the NTPA banquet. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Our recognition of the NTPA's 13 Grand National Champions continues with two first-time champs who like to keep four tires digging. The 2023 Grand National 4-wheel drive truck division competed in Farley, Iowa, Tomah, Wisconsin, Chapel Hill, Tennessee, Brandenburg, Kentucky, Rockwell, Iowa, Napoleon, Ohio, Bowling Green, Ohio, and Wauseon, Ohio. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, a mechanic, muscle car enthusiast, and father of two Grand National truck pulling daughters from Goodhue, Minnesota. Mark Mangan, Goodhue, Minnesota. The Outlaw, 2023 Grand National 4-wheel drive champion. 3 wins, 3 seconds. This fist fight was must-watch right from the jump in Farley. There, Zering's Rule Number 19 opened with a first and a third, while Mangan's Outlaw countered with a second and a first to tie in points. Jake made a break with a win at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals, the site of his twin victories that propelled his 2022 title, and 81 points over his next 3. But Mark remarked with 105 markers of his own in the stretch from Tennessee through Kentucky to Iowa. The circuit having settled in the Buckeye State for its last 4 appearances, Zering pulled back on top at the Henry County Fair Grand Nationals in Napoleon. But then came the Outlaws' outrageous weekend at the National Tractor Pulling Championships, a first, a second, a ring, and most crucially 59 points that re-knotted them with 1 to go and set up Wauseon's Tri-State Showdown as this seesaw season's final fulcrum. There, Mangan's Outlaw jumped the fence with a first hook full pull and a pull-off win to settle 2023's most thrilling race. The 2023 Grand National Superstock Diesel 4x4 Truck Division competed in Hutchinson, Minnesota, Tomah, Wisconsin, Fort Recovery, Ohio, Rockwell, Iowa, Bowling Green, Ohio, and Sandwich, Illinois. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, an employee of a Winchester, Ohio flooring business, and an avid hunter and snowmobiler. Eric Stacy, Winchester, Ohio. Smokin' Ya, 2023 Grand National Superstock Diesel 4x4 champion. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. One of the Superstock Division's young pioneers, Eric Stacy campaigned an early edition of the Smokin' Ya across the state before there was a class to pull it in. Fast forward to 2023, and Stacy's first all-in commitment to the NTPA Grand National Circuit got off to a fast start with a sweep in Hutchinson. But a fellow veteran with roots in Pro Stock Diesel had other ideas, as Nick Gillette made room on his top shelf for a Tomah weekend trophy. And thus set the mano-a-mano battle of the summer, with Gillette leading after 5 hooks and Stacy after 6. The two were never more than 4 points apart at any event, nor more than 3 apart in the standings, as Smokin' Ya's third victory at the fort was mitigated by Top Shelf's 8 top 3s. The second of 2 ties resulted from Saturday night in BG and set up a 1-round prize fight at the Sandwich Fair. That night, by a 322-foot to 316-foot decision, Stacy became the division's 5th different Grand National champion since its ascent to the premier level in 2017. We'll continue our congratulations to the champions in next week's report. The NTPA Awards Banquet is now less than 3 weeks away on Saturday, December 2nd in Dublin, Ohio. Be there live or catch the live stream for free at ntpa.tv. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Good morning to Truck and Phil. Coffee's up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. What is 66 in Fort Wayne, 62 Sterling Heights today as we're ready to do our thing. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. There's been a lot of thumbs down votes in the contract ratification vote with General Motors. We're still waiting to hear what's going to happen. Thumbs up or thumbs down? All right, I did just pull up the I didn't realize, I knew that the ratification vote was going to be taking place Wednesday and Thursday for the truck strike. I hadn't seen the numbers or the facts on the big 3. I guess it's the same time frame. According to Axios, the workers' vote on the proposed settlement between General Motors and the UAW is coming down to the wire. while the deals at Ford and Stellantis appear to be cruising toward approval. Now, if a majority of UAW workers who work for the automaker reject the agreement, it could reignite the strike against GM until negotiators can broker a new deal. Both General Motors and UAW representatives declined to comment while the ratification process enters the final phase. Now, here's what we know. About 54% of GM votes counted as of Wednesday were to approve the deal. 46% were against it. That's close. Now, the deal suffered a series of setbacks when workers in plants in Kentucky, Michigan, Missouri, and Indiana voted no. But then the deal began regaining momentum Wednesday morning when workers at GM's plant in Arlington, Texas, backed the deal by a margin of 61 to 39%. Now, it's only a handful of plants that remain to be counting. Now, it's worth noting the Stellantis and Ford votes are in better shape. At Stellantis, the vote was 72.5% yes, 27.5% no as of Wednesday afternoon. That sounds like a sealed deal. At Ford, 66% had voted yes, 34% had voted no. According to the UAW trackers, only a handful of factories are yet to report vote counts for both of those two. Now, the proposed settlement includes, of course, a 25% pay increase over the 4.5 years of the deal, wage hikes for temporary workers, elimination of the two-tier wage system, the right to strike over plant closures, and the inclusion of joint venture battery plants in the national contracts. Critics of the UAW President Shawn Fain's negotiation strategy say he promised workers too much. The fact that the vote was up in the air for more than 15 minutes tells you that the workers are not impressed as Fain thought they would be over a record-breaking agreement. Now, last week, Fain acknowledged he was disappointed that the UAW did not win the 32-hour work week or traditional pensions, but he suggested they'll try again when this new deal expires in 2028. I mean, we weren't able to get everything we wanted, but it doesn't stop the fight. It doesn't stop us from trying to get those things in the future. The big question, why were GM workers more likely to reject the deal versus Ford and Stellantis employees by pretty big numbers? Now, Gordon noted that Fain repeatedly criticized GM CEO Mary Barra's compensation, more so than Ford or Stellantis. Another potential factor is that younger workers got bigger raises than older employees, and GM may have more long-term workers, an older workforce, all things they're looking into. Some of the other headlines over the past hours, UAW labor deal with Detroit's Big Three sees some pushback from some. The UAW strike against the Big Three may not be over. Spring Hill rejects General Motors. So, again, there were several against. I guess we'll know by the end of the day today, right? Yay or nay? And really the only question mark I think we have at all is General Motors. And back to the phones. Is that Vic on board?
Yeah, I was going to come back because Pappy was talking about the pronouns and all that stuff. But real quick on that Spring Hill, that's where Saturn was, and long ago that was supposed to be a non-union plant. And of course, when they had the crisis there and during the Obama years, that was the first plant that GM shut down, and Saturn went by the wayside. And I guess there were a lot of people that really liked those Saturns and liked the way they were designed. But anyway, real quick, this is kind of a serious topic because they're running around with all this transgender stuff and wanting to modify kids. And a judge one of the judges, there's a case going on about a sorority, and a man wanted to join the sorority or did get in or something, and some others filed suit. And the judge says, well, what's a woman? And I think we had a Supreme Court justice that all said that. Well, they should know that there's enough genetic research that they can identify different things that have happened. You know, the males have, the females have 2 X chromosomes, and one of the X's is from the mother, one's from the father.
Oh, let's see if we can get Vic back here. We'll pause for a moment and come back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Vic, we lost connection there briefly. We got to the point where we had the 2 chromosomes, one from the father, one from the mother, and that's kind of where we lost connection there.
Okay. Well, sometimes one of those X's, in a female, one of those X's are supposed to be inactivated. And sometimes they don't inactivate for whatever reason. But to make this real quick, quite simply, there are genetic tests out there, and before anybody wants to change their pronoun or change their sex or anything else, or somebody wants to make their little boy a little girl or vice versa, they should have to go get the complete genetic test and makeup, because the medical knowledge is there. It's not something like, well, I want to be a boy today, or I want to be a girl today, or I want a different pronoun, or somebody's going to have to, get fired because they used the wrong pronoun and all this. That they're operating in a gray area, and it looks to me like they're deliberately operating in a gray area, because there's so much knowledge out there about genetic engineering.
But that's the thing, Vic. Today, it's 2023. The science, you're talking the true science. That doesn't matter anymore. It's 2020. People, I can decide, I suppose, tomorrow that I want to be a female, and you have to address me as such, or you'll be offending me.
Right. And I don't know if they've been having this deal on about a guy that joined the sorority. And a lot of the people that were in the sorority house, the women, said he really wasn't, he wanted to sneak peeks and all this other type of stuff, and he was acting quite inappropriate. So they filed a lawsuit, and the judge said, well, what is a woman? And it's like, guy, if somebody has to explain what a woman is, then you need to go to, one of these stripper bars or something. I mean, I can't believe he would say that, but anyhow, that's what he said. And that's what's known as the phenotype. And that's what you see. And the genotype is what you don't see, but that's what determines everything else. And my God, there's been so much research on phenotypes and genotypes that this can all be, it can all be solved by science. And they're deliberately operating in a gray area just because another set of confusion is the only reason I can understand it. And, a kid growing up, they go through different cycles. Dr. Spock went through all that. They go through puberty and adolescence, and then they come out as an adult. But kids are going through a very confusing time, and all this stuff they're wanting to teach in school and everything else. They should be teaching them the science and the knowledge that I guess billions of dollars has been spent on, and we now know and the parents should know that.
Mm-hmm.
And it just frustrates me that we are abusing our kids, or that's not really the word. That connotates physical abuse. But anyway, I hope you understand where I'm coming
Well,
from.
we're destroying them mentally. We're giving them false information and trying to convince them that it's the truth.
Right, and that it just kind of bugs me because all that verse in the Bible there about however you raise up a kid that how the twig is bent, so will the tree grow, or something of that nature. And so we're creating a set of adults eventually that I don't know how they will be able to make any decisions whatsoever, because they're kind of like somebody spins somebody around and around and then tells them to walk. That's kind of the generation that we're creating. That doesn't bode good for the future. But by and large, we have a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, and it's like we're going back to the dark age, And I was just looking there on one of the websites there. They have so many different diseases and syndromes that they know, because sometimes those chromosomes actually translate the XX chromosomes and XY chromosomes. They actually translocate the other chromosomes, and that causes different diseases. And it's like, my God, just in a 2-minute Google search on a smartphone, I can come up with all this, and you're telling me you can't define what a woman is, So anyway, you're getting close to the end of the show there. And so, in case somebody else wants to get on there, I'll let you off. All
right. We are, around in third, headed toward home, as they say. Let me see. Did we lose Crow? Knuckle Buster is back on board. Hey there.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. There's no cure for stupidity. People that don't know what sex they are, whether you're a man or you're a woman, I don't know. But they've got some kind of mental problem or something, I guess. Well, what is the most terrifying word in nuclear physics, Steve?
In nuclear physics, I don't think I got that particular degree, but what is it?
Oops.
Okay, go figure.
Well, I read there on the drive, there was this horse he broke loose on a cargo plane, and they had to turn around at 31,000 feet, Steve, because couldn't nobody get him lassoed and put back in the pen. So I want to know how he got out of the pen to start with, but anyway, that's all of my bull on it for this go-around. It's been a great show. Have a great morning. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Mr. Steve Summers.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you very much. All right, I believe, there's Scarecrow chiming back in here. Let's see if we can do did I click on the wrong magic twanger? I think I did. Scarecrow!
Hey, there you are, big buddy. I don't know what the heck happened there. Oh, yeah, there was a beep, and then it went away, and but here we are.
It may have been operator error, if you know what I mean.
Okay, operator. Yeah, in fact, you can ignore that other call. I think it went to your private phone there. Steve, one quick thing here. Sylvester from the land down under. You know what area of the country he lives in? The Sydney area?
New South Wales, I guess is what he called it. And I know they just got a new place, but I don't think they moved very far. But New South Wales.
Okay. Well, he listens to the podcasts on and off. Sylvester, if you are catching this message here, I got a 3 family members that are going to be flying your way Saturday. I think they're going to Sydney. And just wonder if there's any particular sites or areas that you would recommend that they, make a point to see or visit.
Okay.
I'm sure they've researched it all, But, and they'll be there right through Thanksgiving, so they'll have plenty of time to do what they got to do. So if it works out for you to, chime in tomorrow on tomorrow's program, so be it. If not, well, we give it a shot. We'll pick it up again tomorrow there, Steve.
I do know that he was supposed to give us a ring last Friday morning. I did see, I guess, over the weekend that he and his better half had been out doing some camping somewhere in the great outdoors. And of course, as we're going headed toward winter time, they're moving into spring. Of course, they don't even get very cold in the winter months. Winter in their department be more like, I guess, a southern Georgia, northern Florida kind of winter. You may get a couple of cold snaps, but typically it's not too bad. Next thing you know, they'll be warming up and getting downright hot in the land down under. But yeah, Sylvester, if you get a chance, maybe you can give us a ring. Right on the heels of Lee Greenwood, Veterans Day, of course. When Veterans Day rolls around, and so many other patriotic events, God Bless the USA, notorious, sung, and Lee Greenwood held a big Veterans Day event over the past weekend. I guess he just kind of confirmed in an interview that his 2024 tour next year will be the last. There are rumors of you potentially retiring next year. Are those rumors true, was the question. And he said, nope, it's not just a rumor. It will be my last tour. He does not yet have slated what his final performance location will be, but the God Bless the USA singer, chair of the Republican National Committee's Youth Advisory Council, did say it will not be one of those farewell and then come back next year, hey, I'm back kind of tours. I didn't realize. He said, I just turned 81. Yeah, this is a factor. I've had some surgeries. I have titanium knees. I have a titanium cage in my back with 10 screws. I don't think I can do this much longer. Yeah, with the two boys in college. He also wants to spend more time with his wife of 31 years, the former Miss Tennessee, Kimberly Payne. It's only fair, I think, that I back away at this point, have no distractions but her, and I give these last few years that I will live with her and my two sons. So that's a big decision, and I know it is. Ask what his message for his fans would be. Simply, I'm so grateful for the years they've come to see my shows continue. Here I am at the end of my career, and they still come. Yeah, they still come to hear me sing the same 40 songs that I sang 40 years ago, and a few different ones. Of course, the signature 1984, God Bless the USA. Though iconically, that's not one for which he received a Grammy. That was his 1983 hit song, I Owe You. All right, so we'll close things out. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here in the late night, early morning hours. Indeed, when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll kick off a Friday edition, getting ready for the weekend, Casual Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,